T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
You're going on a journey through memory.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, fellow apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. Another fine morning, guys. There's some really cool stuff that's going on right now. It super has me pumped up here. If you'll notice that my son and I kind of sat down and started working on it. I looked up a video yesterday, found out how to crop single pictures out. But then my son showed me something really, really cool. Um, I'm really pumped about this. Uh, one single button click, I got hotkeys set up now so I can just instantly delete or get rid of the tallies. I've got Ortex showing up on the screen now, so that'll just continue to stay there. The only bad thing about that is it does cover up volume and RSI, so if I put those back up on the screen here, you'll see what I mean. Um, just kind of like that. So, it's easy though. I can just click a button. We can take a look at volume and not a big deal. Yeah, so it's just a single click of the button and it's there. 1 minute, gone the next. The simple things in life. Gotta love them. Okay, let me show you what I am so excited about. Actually, let's start with the regular technicals, and then I'll show you what it is that I'm talking about. Because there is some good stuff to go today. Very first off, let's look at the let's look at the available shares to borrow is 900,000. ETFs are about 2.2 million. 56.9% short percentage yesterday, and then 67.2, getting real close to 70% of the shares traded were traded through the dark pools. 282.3% of the was short exempt volume. I have updated the information for day over day price increase and short exempt volume. I am still waiting on utilization to come through before I update that. And I'm gonna have to get used to. I have to have some of my tabs in a different order in order to be able to put that back up there like that, like you're seeing it, like in order to do this thing. So it is going to take me a little bit of time to get used to having it like this. But let me go ahead and pull up Vortex over here on the side. And this is going to be really interesting, guys. And I don't remember if you recall this or not. But yesterday we had watched the available amount of shares left to borrow had increased from basically 111 million shares to 114 million shares, but we had 107 shares on loan. Currently, it's showing 111 shares on loan, and this is what we're going to wait to see how much utilization changed by. Okay, utilization went down. This means that there's a lot more. They increased the amount of shares available to loan by a lot yesterday. So from day over day, utilization went down from 93.92 down to 92.56. Now I'll show you why this is important. Watch how many additional shares. So they were at 114 available to borrow. And yesterday, look, they borrowed 7.28 million shares yesterday. That is massive. That's like 2 times the amount that I would possibly ever see on a normal day. So yeah, just absolutely crazy. Estimated short share interest is at 19.03. But watch this. Watch what happens here. Shares left to borrow. We'll transfer the 6.9 over to here, and watch what happens. 6.959. This is gonna get nutty here. And okay, so now watch this. We're gonna take our total amount of shares that are currently lent, which is 111,670,000 shares, and divide that by our current utilization of 0.9256, and that gives us 120 million shares. They increased the amount of shares that were available to be lent from 114 to 120. I'm going to start tracking that. That's really, really, really huge. That's massive. So let's put that. We'll put that under. Put it down here. Total. Just because I want to make sure that we're tracking this daily. So I'm going to put total shares left to borrow 120. So now we take this number right here and we subtract the amount of shares that are on loan. Guys, it's massive. We went from 107 to 111, and it's probably more like 114 because we know that they borrowed 7 million shares yesterday. So it didn't increase the full amount that it was supposed to, so not everything's been reported. Ooh. Oh. Minus 111670. Okay, there's 8.976 million shares left to borrow. That is up from yesterday. And the only reason it's up is because it went from a total of 114 million shares available to borrow to 120. That's amazing. That's big stuff. The reason that our utilization is dropping is because they're increasing the amount of shares. Now, why is this important? This is important for a very good reason. Let me show you. Watch what happens when we pull up on loan. Back on May 20th, the amount of shares that were on loan was 124 million shares. That was just prior, that was the bottom, just before it started to peak up in price. At the top of the peak, there was 138 million shares on loan, the very top of the peak. So that was a total of 11 million, I believe. No, I'm sorry, 14 million. 24 to 38. Yeah. 14 million shares were borrowed over, and I already did the math on this. Is May 20th to June 2nd is 10 business days of trading. I already looked at it on the calendar. That means that they increased the amount of shares on loan by 14 million in 10 days. Yesterday, they borrowed 7 million shares in one single day. That's half the amount that they borrowed on our big, huge price increase from, what was it from? $12 all the way up to $77, $72. $13. $13 is 70. Oh wait, is that the high? What was the high back here? Yeah, we'll just say $13 almost. It's massive, guys. It's absolutely massive. That should just absolutely have you just so pumped up right now. 105 to, or sorry, 107.5 to 111.6. 4.1. They're reporting 4.1 million shares increased on loan. That is a massive spike. What is it back here? I'm curious if it ever spiked that much before. There's a big spike right there. What's this spike day over day? $78 to $83. That's a 5 million. That's a 5 million increase just before the January jump in price from $4.50 to 20. So five times increase, guys. I'm at a loss for words, really. I'm super bullish for today. A lot of people on Reddit are saying things like, today's going to be a bloodbath. I just haven't figured out for whom yet. You don't pull that many shares unless you're getting ready for something bad or up to no good. Borrow. Yeah, absolutely. Duncan, I see I only have one viewer right now, so it's got to be you. I'm telling you right now, Duncan, I have not seen an instance where we had borrowed shares and had a red day. I always keep saying 3 million shares is what I want to see borrowed in a day, and that's gonna, it usually tends, I mean, I can't think of a time where we had a down day where we had a huge amount of shares that were borrowed. We can probably pull up Vortex and see if that's the case for sure. I mean, it's going to take some digging. Let's see here. Let me try and narrow it down here a little bit. Here's a massive increase right here, right? Over it looks like 2 days time right here. And look at the price increase. Where have we had an increase, and where have we had an increase in shares on loan and seen a drop in price? Right here. Here's one right here. It went from 93.7 to 95.5, and there was a price over price day decrease from $40 down to 37. 38. So it has happened before. Here's a price. Here's an on loan amount increase day over day. Went from 95 to 98, and we did have a price per share drop from 53 to 46, 47. It has happened in the past. But overwhelmingly, I feel like day over day, when you have a huge loan increase, that from what I've seen, it's a price increase. So, dang. I feel like it's pretty massive. It's definitely something I'm going to be watching out for. Watch this. Did they come up? They came up. I just pressed that one button and these things pop up on here. So now I have Ortex down in the left-hand corner. So that's really cool. It's gonna just start popping up. I can just take those on and off in a single button click, which is really cool. My son helped me out with a hotkey on that, and I just click my middle mouse button and it just disappear. It would be the first Friday for a long time if it does increase. I have read that. I have read that Fridays are down days typically. Excuse me. But what about Mondays? If we did have a down day today, this massive amount of shares that are on loan would probably lead into something happening on Monday. What day was it when we had the price increase? The massive jumps. I guess it would have been the first green day would have been 525. That was a Tuesday. So 524 was a Monday. We could be in this portion right here. Well, I'll say this for sure. The 28th was a Friday, and this column right here, this 28th day right here. Let's pull it back up on Ortex. Oh, wait, what just happened? Oh, I did get rid of it. Let's pull up Vortex real quick. The 28th. Okay, well, I don't understand that. It's saying it opened at 31 and the end was a 36, so but it's showing a red candlestick on that day. I'm not sure why. Day over day, it was a price increase. And it's not showing anything for the 31st. Was it 30? Oh, it would have been a Saturday, of course. Let's see. No, the 31st would have been a Monday. There's nothing showing for the 31st. But, you know, that is an increase on a Friday right there. Was the 28th an SSR day? May 28th. Let me see. I'm using that that link that you gave me. It's in red, so I think that means that it's short share. See, at the very top it tells what's what. Miss SSR is that column. So May 28th. Yeah, so SSR was on for the 28th. So SSR would have had to have triggered yesterday and probably for today to be a green day. I see what you're saying. No, no, no. I don't think the 31st. Oh, maybe it was. Yeah, you're right. I think you might be right. It was a holiday. Yeah. I think it was Labor Day or something like that, now that I recall. Yep. Dang. Something crazy is going to happen today. That's for sure. It's gonna. I'm going bullish. I'm going bullish. I really think that there's going to be um, some good price movement for the day today. I noticed that in the after hours that it did drop quite a bit, quite substantially, down to 32.20. The only time where, I mean, if there was massive amounts of buying pressure today, then you would probably have seen this do basically what it did. The pre-market hours is pretty much the only time that they can really drop it down and help themselves out for the day. If there is massive buying pressure going into the day. However, volume is low. Volume is low right now. So, but if we have a whole bunch of early volume and it maintains, then I don't know. We'll see. So I'm really pumped. I'm really, really pumped. I went into institutional ownership, and it was I think it was 116.4 yesterday or something like that, or somewhere close to that, and it's now at 117.756. So yeah, that institutional ownership increased by about a million or so, a little more than a million. So that's good. Let's see, what else do I want to look at? Um, well, let's look at some of the rest of the stuff on Ortex real quick here. I need to update utilization on the True Demon. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Utilization is down 92.56. And I've got that in red. So I'm going to go ahead and call, just showing here on the screen here, I took a screenshot of one of the times where it got up to 6.39 from yesterday. I was unable to screenshot because it disappeared on me. I thought it was going to stay up there, but it didn't. But it was higher. I think I saw a screenshot. Yeah, here's a screenshot on Reddit for it at 7.27. So that's why I went ahead and recorded it down on my notepad as 7.2. I actually, okay, I know I updated it this morning on my notepad when I saw it on Ortex, and it was 7.28. So it did go up ever so slightly from 7.27. So I did update it this morning on my notepad. I've been up a little extra longer today than, or I got up a little bit earlier today than normal. So I had some time to kind of research some of this stuff. Gotta fix up this. Take a screenshot of True Demon's new information. And with a single click of my button, the data is back. Oh, but I got to get rid of the data real quick. Pull Ortex back away because I don't want that. There, I have to. There are certain things I have to do differently when I'm pulling up screens just to in order for to avoid some chaos. But there you go. There's True Demons numbers. Uh, Updated short exempt volume 2.8 or 282.3 thousand, which is low utilization. We know why that's low. It's low because they're massively increasing the amount of shares that are available to loan. So it has nothing to do with actual utilization going down, because if they hadn't increased the amount of shares that were available to loan, then 111 million shares would have been 3 million away from the most that they could have loaned, which would have been damn near 100% utilization. So they had to increase, or they had to find more shares available to loan in order to keep utilization down. So they know that those are the kind of indicators that we look at. But if we reverse engineer some of the the stuff there, open interest puts increased down to 29 below. That they close some. Yeah. If they close the open interest on the puts, then it would lead me to believe that they're expecting something bad for themselves. It makes sense. Does that? It seems to make sense to me. Does it make sense to you? Let's pull it up. I got to log into Fidelity. I did see reports on Reddit saying that they did have what appeared to be people trying to log into their accounts and locking them out of their accounts. So that was something that I had recommended people changing their user ID in order to avoid that from happening after using that Say Technologies and then it being purchased by Robinhood. I felt like there could be attacks on locking people out of their accounts so that they could go in and imagine Fidelity trying to, let's say they have 1 million shareholders. If they have 1 million shareholders and even if it was just 10%, if 100,000 people tried to all call in on one day to try and get their accounts unlocked, it would take forever. It would take absolutely forever for them to unlock all those accounts. So it makes sense as to why that may have happened. Okay, I am successfully logged into my account. I might change my password again. I haven't changed my password because I have two-factor authentication, but I have noticed that it doesn't require me to log in multiple times during the day. I think that's probably because I'm using the same device. If I probably tried to log in through another device, it would probably request two-factor authentication again. But I don't know. Okay, AMC is currently. Let me get rid of my stuff here. That's so nice. AMC is currently 4th on top trending stocks being traded for this morning. We're currently at a 54 to 46% buy over sells, which is marginal. I'm not extremely happy with that, but it's marginal. Clove, mRNA were the two that were beating us. I think Plater even was the 3 that were beating us yesterday as well. So that has not changed. Checking the rest of the information on options. Pull up our notepad. Open interest 26.7 on the calls for $35. Runner up is 40 at 20,000. And it looks like the puts OI is slightly up. It's up to 14.5. What did you say? You had said open interest puts increased down to 29. Oh, I see what you're saying. The That's not what I'm seeing. I still show the most open interest at 30. Are you saying that just over day that those numbers increased? So the open interest increased down to 90, not 20, like the most amount of increase was at 29. I mean, that would make sense because if you looked at the puts yesterday, they were really stacking up at 31, and I think they were also stacking up below as well. The most amount of volume though is still around $30, and it's 14.5. We'll call it 14.6. At $80 strike price, there's 15.9. We'll just call it 16. Yeah, I'm still seeing the most amount of volume around 35 and 30. But day over day, you're saying that that's what it changed by. Gonna work on my device manager here. Just turn some things off because usually we get some joggers and whatnot. Okay. I did check the float. The float's still showing the same thing on Webull. So I've not seen any changes there. Let's go back to Ortex for just 1 second. There are some other things that I would like to check out really quickly. August 10th, there was a buy signal for the conference call. Insiders, okay, nothing showing for insiders selling at all. I can't believe this number, 111 million. That's insane. Just absolutely insane. This number is starting to take a dip here. It went from 41.46 to 40.27. If we saw this like just completely drop off by Monday, like say it had like a major spike down, something that like in the range of like this, somewhere like 43 down to 36. If we saw a drop like that, then we would be roughly 7 to 14 days, or 7 to 15 business days away from what I would suggest is going to be like a massive increase in price. I don't feel like we ever saw the price increase we were supposed to get for this one, except for, I mean, there was a price increase on the 20th, but it was late. It was way late, and I don't know. I feel like they suppressed it somehow. Congratulations to Eric and myself for the tally points for yesterday. We have, I guess today's our last day for the week today. So John and myself are the only ones who can potentially cause a tie with Eric in order to keep him from getting his winning ice cream. So it's gonna be a difficult one. It's gonna be a really difficult one to try and guesstimate and then hope that he doesn't get it, because he could still get another point too. But we had a rough week. We missed twice. That's kind of rough. Now, I'm not just so you know, I'm not going to be able to see the data unless I have OBS open. I won't be able to see the live short interest data for the NYSE, but um, which is fine. Citadel, let's see if we have any new filings for AMC. Let's see, if I'm looking for the 13th. There's 2 new ones. We have Pro Advisors LLC. They purchased 105,000 shares. And then we have a call position opened by PFM Asset Manager. I know I've seen a lot of people expecting today to just be crazy today. I know there's been a lot of things. I keep forgetting her name. Kammemeyer. She tweeted that there was 1 million shares traded in the dark pools yesterday, and she said heads up, which I responded to by saying 1 million. That's it. What's the big deal? Because you know, with over 60% of our total volume being traded in the dark pools, that pretty much puts us at like 30 something million shares a day. So 1 million, a one single sale of 1 million doesn't seem like a whole lot to me. It's a drop in the bucket. Just looking through Vortex. I'm looking through Twitter to see if they've posted anything. The mass investor put down the short interest, the utilization, and the shares on loan. And the funny part about it is that he put eyeballs next to the shares on loan at 111 million. He does have short interest at 19.03, which is showing up on the screen right now. And I think it's so cool that I've got it cropped. I know how to crop stuff now. I can take like screenshots of whatever I want to and crop it and put it on the page. I do plan to make some big changes here. This is not an advertisement. It's just me being excited. But I'm at currently 96 subscribers. I'm 4 away from being able to change the URL if I do a couple of other things like change the I guess my name tag kind of thing, and then also put a banner. If I put a banner up somewhere, then it'll allow me to change my URL to whatever I want it to be, which means it'll be customized. So when these changes happen, I'm going to make a lot of big changes to everything, and just kind of do like a rebranding and that's more easy on the eye, and hopefully there'll be some good changes. Maybe I kind of want to do that now that I know how to crop things. I still didn't fix this. I should just go in there and fix this, but now that I know how to crop this, it's pretty cool. Where is it at here? Why isn't it working? Crop. There's a way to crop this, and it's not. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. Here. So this is really cool. Watch this. I didn't bother to do this yesterday, but I can now do this, like, now that I know how to crop things, I can actually just crop in on certain items, and I can put them on the page so that they're just bigger in general. Right? So I could have this like I could have this single item on the page. I can blow it up as much as I want to, and just, just show it just like that, which is so much better, right? I can be talking about something on the main screen, and then see, like, oh my gosh, you see those order books? Look at that stuff over there. It's just look at these order shares going through. Look at those single digit numbers, and it's smooth and easy to see, or at least easier. So that's pretty cool. So I'm learning. I'm definitely learning. Oh, ultimately, what I really want to do is be able to blow up on my first scene here. I want to take this section right here, and I kind of want to blow it up. I mean, I could manually do that right now just by kind of like doing something like this, but I kind of like being able to see order distribution. So I was wondering if there was like a way I could just blow up just a specific section of this, so that I could see, um, just see it bigger. And so one of the ways is to do that is to crop it and then blow it up manually, and then just put it over top of itself, so it's a blown up version of it, so you just see it bigger. So that might be something that I'll do. Another idea that I had too as well was putting, um, having like a complete second page that had snippets from each website that I go to, so that I can just hit like refresh. I can hit a single button, and every single one of the items will refresh, and then I can just go to the scene like I would, much like this right here, and you would be able to see specifically, like, on each one of the web pages, you'd be able to see that data all on one page, so I don't have to pull up and drag across each individual page, which would be really, really cool. I think that'd be super awesome. It'll be really quick and smooth. So that's going to be in the works. I'm going to try and set up some new scenes. All these things are obviously a little bit of extra work that I got to put in to try and just fine tune everything. Um, I have a little bit of a problem today. On Thursdays and every other Friday, I'm not going to be able to be a part of. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, it's just going to be every Friday. Every Friday, I'm going to have to. I'm going to be taking my son to school in the mornings. Now that school has started, traffic is horrendous. Oh my gosh, it was absolutely nuts. He's got, I think he said 2,600 students that are in his school this year, his high school, and so we're gonna have to like leave super early at like 8 o'clock in the morning to get him there on time. So I normally do take a break around that time anyways, but there's a pretty good chance that I will not be back by market open, unfortunately, which means I can't do the nice blast off, but that's okay. It's not a problem. Hopefully, I can get back maybe just right on time for it. It just kind of depends as time moves forward. I imagine that the whole car issue that they've got going on right now will clear up, and I won't have any problems getting back before market open. But at least for the first week or two, they're probably going to be suffering due to congestion, vehicle congestion, traffic. It was so nutty. I left. It normally takes me 15 minutes to get it to his school. I left yesterday with 20 minutes to spare, or I left 20 minutes before I had to pick him up. Knowing that it was probably going to be busy, I thought, okay, I'll give myself an extra 5 minutes. Let me see. I think I got to. I can look and see what time I got to his school here. I was supposed to pick him up at 4:15, so I left at 3:55, and I got there at 4:24. I actually got there a little bit before that, but we'll just say 4:24 because I did have to wait for a little bit of, yeah, it was just nuts. 24 plus 5, 29 minutes to pick them up. Just to pick them up. That doesn't return. That's not the return portion of the trip either. It was nuts. Haven't seen anything like it. There's too many people. They keep building schools around here, and they just can't keep up with the amount of kids that are coming into the neighborhoods. It's nutty. We'll hold the line for you. Cool. Um, let's see here. I want to cover what you sent me the other morning. Let me pull back up here. The um, MSCI ACWI index. I do want to cover that. Moving to the mid cap 450. And you're correct when you said, as I understand. I mean, it means there's some ETFs that have to buy. I also read that. I do want to cover that, but I'll wait until we have more people watching. But yeah, we'll be moving to the mid cap by the end of the month, I believe. So there's definitely some heavy talk going on about there being some heavy purchases towards the end of the month, going into next month. Also, I believe it was the 24th, is supposed to be when it's put into place to where it limits. There's some limitations on types of trades that are going to happen in the future, and going forward, we'll see if they're enforcing those. Um, that NSCC 2021 010, I believe, is the 24th is when it takes into place, and there's supposed to be some really good stuff in there for us. 646. I feel like there's something I normally check around this time. Volume is at 52K. Still low volume. In fact, that's probably just about where it was yesterday. So, I mean, based on that alone, yesterday by the end of the trading day, we had 71 million shares traded, which is funny because I don't know if you guys saw me pointing it out, but I had guessed 50 to 70, and it was so doggone close. I was off by 1,050,000 shares. So I would expect to see, based off of the pre-market volume currently, I would expect to see about the same thing. So I'm going to increase my value today, my prediction today. As of right now, I'll wait obviously until the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. But I'm going to kind of guesstimate right now somewhere between, I'm going to say 65 to 85. And give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I gotta go hit the restroom real quick. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Price is dropping. What are we at here? $32.20 is what it dropped down to total. So our high, I believe was 34.10. Let me just verify that. Yeah, 34.10 was our high, so that's what I have tracked as our high. That's a 16% increase over the last low of 29.40. We now have a low of 32.20, so let me track that and see where we're at here. That is a negative 5.6% drop. So not what I would consider an SPF. When did we hit that? We hit that yesterday, so 8:12. Okay, so if they were to apply a SPF today, based off the 34.10 that we hit yesterday, they would need to drive it down to about 27.20 ish. Yeah, 27.25, close enough. That's a 20.1% drop. So that's what we're going to be looking out for. Obviously, SSR kicks on at 29.76, so they would hit SSR if they did drive it down to that price of 29.76. So let's see here. 29.76. Oops. 29.76 would be a 12.7% drop in price. And then that would give them the ability to start creating synthetic shares at that point. So could we see a drop from 34.10 down to 29.76 and then a rebound coming back up to 34.10? What would that be? A 14.6% increase. Yeah, I could see something like that. You know, hitting down to the SSR, triggering SSR, and then heading back up, letting it kind of rise in price again. However, I would not consider that to be an SPF. 29.76 is only 12.7%. I would not count that, and I would continue to track 34.10 as being the highest. That's just the way you have to track it. It's the rules that are defined by the modeling that I've done from the past. So, but yeah, currently we 32.20. Currently we're at a 5.6% drop from 34.10. Yesterday we did have a 4.82% increase in price. Volume still pretty low at 57,000 shares traded. And we are 6 minutes away from seeing our pokey stick of volume. Duncan, I do believe you're first today. It is your dedicated day. You have plenty of time. There's plenty of time here. There's no need to give one right now. You can wait till that volume comes in here. I'm gonna go ahead and change my volume prediction to 65 to 85. I don't normally do 5 millions. I usually do like nice round numbers, but I'm giving myself a little bit of leeway for there to be a bit of a change from day over day in volume. But again, let's wait and see what that 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume looks like. So here's the thing. I don't know. I've seen it in the past where I know it says live short interest data for the NYSE. I've seen it in the past where if I don't update it, it won't update. Like I have to refresh the screen. So I don't know for a fact this is actually going to maintain a live feed, but we'll leave it up there for now and see what ends up happening with this portion in here. Although my mouse gets hidden when I put it over it, but interesting. I wonder if there's a way to fix that. That'll be another lesson. I'm sure it's probably just a some kind of option that you can click. Probably under settings. Let me see here. Just looking to see if there's a way to make the mouse stay on top of everything. I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure that in Ortex, I'm pretty sure that I had capture cursor. It does have capture cursor on there, but I would have to have my cursor over Ortex in order for it to be seen. So I could try taking it off and seeing what happens. Let's see what happens then. Nope. Mouse is still gone. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Let's look at our 30-minute interval showing a 48 RSI. Sorry, I'm playing around here with my newfound toys. 48 is RSI for 30-minute interval. I have to remember to click the mouse button in order to get rid of the tallies and the live feed for Ortex. So it's just something I got to get used to. On a 5-minute interval, we are currently at 38.03, which is a little low. So oversold. Let's see 1 hour, just out of curiosity. 50, it's right down the middle. And on the day, 42. I kind of, after learning about the Bollinger, I kind of wanted to apply it to one of these graphs to see if there were times where it was outside of it. Sure is. It's outside right here on this dip. It looks like everything else, it's hard to see, but it looks like everything else is inside. Looks like there might be a few candle wicks that are outside this portion here. We're definitely trading below the moving average. It's not exactly called the moving average. Let me see. I'm trying to remember what that was called again. It is called. Well, on here it says mid, but exponential moving average. It's the exponential moving average. Anyways, moving back to day. It's kind of an interesting tool to use. I have been kind of watching it. There is our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume coming in at 62,841, giving us a grand total of 124,000 shares traded at this time in the morning. That is less than yesterday. I am going to lower my volume prediction and place it at 60 to 80. I don't know if that's going to capture the. I mean, that really does feel like a 50 million share day, though. I could solve this by saying 50 to 80. But I feel like when it's less than 100 million, it should be easier to predict a closer range. I'll go with 60 to 80. Give myself a little bit of leeway because if we do have elevated prices today, that'll encourage more people to come in and buy more, which means that volume could just spike amazingly high. And I'm okay with being way underneath my prediction in volume, but yeah, that's my volume prediction for the day, 60-80. I'm sticking to it. 29.1 to 32.1. Wait, that's the same thing you had yesterday. It's the exact same thing you had yesterday. You're going for red. Red it is. Okay. I'm going to go for... I'm going to look and see. I want to see what happened like May 28th. It was a down day, May 28th. And that should have been, if I'm not mistaken, May 28th should have been, yeah, Friday. Day over day it was down, but ever so slightly. It was like 40 cents. It was 26.52, 27th, and on the 28th it was 26.12. So, man, I'm pumped for next week. I can't. Next week's gonna be so amazing. I can't wait. 29.3 to 32.3. Looked at the wrong one. Okay. I was gonna say, your numbers seemed a little low compared to how you would normally. 29.3 to 32.3. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that I'm gonna up mine. I'm gonna up mine to 32.5 to 35.5. No. Scratch that. I'm gonna go 32 to 35. And I'm hoping that we can open up higher than 32.40. There's a lot of time between now and opening, but I am hoping for higher than 32.40 for an opening price. I have a feeling we're all going to be like way off today, though. I don't think any of us are going to be even close. I think this might be another missed day. To be honest, I think it's going to be almost impossible to try and figure out what today's closing price is going to be. You think we're going to open lower than that? I mean, yeah, it would make sense. It would make sense that they would try to push down the price as much as possible if they are expecting it to like absolutely balloon out of control. It's like the natural. It looks to me like the natural tendency for the for the price of the stock this morning is to move up, and it's not until they start suppressing the price that it starts to move down. I just don't know if they can continue to borrow shares at the rates that they've been borrowing at, um, and continue to short the stock at the same rates that they have been as well. Short ladder attack it. All right, that's where I'm going. I think I'm gonna stick with my number. I think 32 to 35. I will let the other guys know. Okay, text sent out. I guess I can go ahead and change ours. Man, I'll tell you what, I didn't think I was going to make it last night, or yesterday, I should say, because it did go, this is my upper limit that I had yesterday, and it crept up over my upper limit in the power hour. And I was like, oh man, it's awesome. It's great to see the price going up, but I am out of the contention for a tally mark. And then all of a sudden they started shorting it like 15 minutes into the power hour. And it just dropped down and stayed below my upper limit number. And I felt extremely fortunate. Although I did not want it to drop, it worked out for me, I guess. Getting close to the 35 mark could trigger a price jump as they hedge for the 27,000 calls. Yeah. I, I mean that's kind of what I'm looking at. Like I really feel like that if the price goes up substantially to a certain point, what we're going to end up seeing is an uncontrolled movement. The FOMO will just be so massive. I don't know if you guys saw the title one today. It was 7.27 million shares borrowed HODL. Um, I'm not. I wasn't. I'm not entirely 100% certain that it's going to move up. I feel like, typically speaking, when you borrow 7 million shares, that tends to lead to high volume days that lead to huge price increases. I've never seen 7.27. I think the most I've ever seen is maybe 5 million shares borrowed in a day, and they typically result in day-over-day price increases. Yesterday, as an example, I can't remember the exact number that they borrowed yesterday, but it was pretty sure it was over 3 million. Well, it was 7.28. We know what it was, but it started out really low at like 3, and then it went up to like 4 at some point or something like that. And but it was at 3 million shares, and we had a 5% increase in, or 4.82% increase in price, and it was just like, that's what happens when you have a lot of shares being borrowed. So, and then when it finally jumped up to 7, it was just like, okay, that's interesting. So we'll see what ends up happening today. That short share interest is insane. Let's pull that up. I think I'll pull that up here. Hold on a second. I have to be careful about how I click now. 18.32 to 19.03. These are some pretty high levels. I mean, the highest we've ever seen is 19.64. So we're darn near close to the most we've ever seen in short share interest, which to me kind of means or indicates possibly that there's just a lot of hiding of numbers that we're not seeing, and like short share, like shares on loan, I actually believe this number is higher. I believe it's like 114 right now, but only 111 is being reported. Uh-oh. Yeah, it came back. At least it's not raining. Yeah. At least. Yeah, today's gonna be interesting one way or the other. I can say that for sure. Look at this. Look at this amount of. Look what's going on here. Tad bit of fighting as to which direction this is gonna go. 156,000 shares. Volume's low. Looks like they just borrowed about. Well, it's kind of interesting what's happening over here. Uh-oh, I just lost one of my tabs. Give me a second here, guys. I gotta pull up my tab again. I lost my stonk tracker tab. Alright, let's pull it over now. Okay, so they had oh, it's showing how oh, there it is. So it went from 450,000 shares to 900,000 shares, back down to 450,000. Now it's at 500,000. But ETS were at 3 million. Now they're down to 2.463. Everybody's getting ready for school this morning. I love seeing this number right here. This is, that means that they suppressed a lot of positive growth in the price of the stock yesterday, and we still managed to close up 5%. That's great. Loving it. Okay, numbers are starting to come up. It is actually updating on the live short interest. This is great. I love seeing this. In reference to what your mother talked about, we used that line a lot in the Army when everything was really bad or we were under fire. It's called Goggenhumor, hangman's humor. Yeah. At least it's not raining. It makes more sense now. They are at 325,000 shares borrowed. So I'll go ahead and pull that up over here and add it to my shares borrowed. 325.5. It's cool to see that it's updating live on the screen, and so I can just pull it over and start updating. Wow, that's great. I'm glad I'm able to give you guys that information like just live, and I don't even have to worry about pulling it up anymore. Technology. Excellent. The only problem is it gets rid of the, you can't see the volume down at the bottom anymore, which is, that's not a terrible thing, but you'll survive. Somebody pointed out, boy, that's a terrible way of looking at, and that is just horrific. Somebody's got, I'm not sure what they're looking at in order to use, it looks like, I don't know, it's just terrible. They're looking at it, I'm looking at this, I can show you what it is. I'm not sure what app they're using to pull this up on, but I can't, I don't know how anybody looks at like a stock price like this. It just doesn't, for me, it doesn't register like this very well, but they're showing a double bottom. This is Thinking Why Not on Reddit, and yeah, they're showing a double bottom here. Pulling up on mine, if I had to guess, the double bottom that they're talking about is this one right here. But I don't know, whatever. Is it that one, or is there something else I'm missing? I feel like maybe I'm missing something on a double bottom. I don't know. Oh, it says 1 minute. Oh, 1 month. It's on a 1 month. That can't be 1 month. 1 day, 1 week, 1 month. Okay, so maybe this is the double bottom right here. I can't look at this chart the same way. Oh, maybe this is it right here. Double bottom, bottom, bottom. Yeah, I think that's it. That's it. Okay, so on a 1 month, 1 hour interval, and I can't see that theirs is on 1 hour, but I think that's what it automatically defaults to. On a 1 month interval, sorry, a 1 month range, you can see a double bottom here. So you've got, if I didn't have all this junk in here, you'd be able to see it a lot better. But essentially, they're calling this a double bottom here. Eric's coming in at $33.30 or 33 to 36, so he is absolutely going bull. So that definitely gives us some room to be able to beat him out today if it does drop. If John comes in low, that'll give John the opportunity to be able to tie him up and prevent a owing. All right, I'm gonna start moving around some of these values. Let's see, 32 to 35. Let's see, Duncan, you're at 32.3, so ever so slightly up on this. I don't know where John's at yet. Mine's got to come up to 32. Eric's all the way up at 33. Duncan, your lower limit's going to come up to 29.3. Eric's top is going to go up to 36. I think he might win this week. I think he might. I think he might be in the right price range. I'm not really sure how he's determining his prices exactly. Although I plan on finding out. Where's my second number? There it is. Mine goes up to 35. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how he figures out his number, but I do, or how he came to the conclusion on what he's guessing. But I would say that if I do feel like options has a lot to do with it, but I'm not sure how much it's weighted into it. So I'm just waiting on John here. As far as tallies go, I need to change everybody's because I don't know where we're going. Eric's going to stay up. I am currently going to be even still, and Duncan, you are 32.3 is your high. It's going to be real close. It's just going to come down to the end as to whether or not you're going to be neutral or bearish. So I'm going to take yours off for now. And I mean, mine could change too. I could actually end up being bullish if it drops down below 32 before open. I got to change day-over-day price increase. I'm showing it as a green indicator. I'm going to change it to yellow because it hasn't hit 3 days in a row, which it needs to hit. So we'll put it in the yellow instead of green. Maybe orange. orange. Orange would probably look a little bit better. Let's take a picture of that again. So yeah, we need 3 days over 5%, which yesterday I'm counting as one. 4.82 is close enough for me. Today could be, if we're up over 5% today, what would that put us at? Just out of curiosity, let's look at that. 5% on top of, I guess it would have been the close of 3307. I don't like you guys seeing me do my math. 33.07. Oops, hit the wrong button. This is why I don't like you guys seeing it. Yeah, $34.72. So we would have to close around $34.72 for it to be a second day, which is definitely doable, and it certainly puts us right up there in that price range that puts Eric in the money. It also puts me, or sorry, not in the money, but a tally mark for the day. It also puts me in the range for a tally mark as well. So yeah, I could see it. I could see it definitely a 5% increase day over day. I mean, we know they borrowed 7 million. Excuse me. Stretching. We know that they borrowed 7 million shares yesterday, and it resulted in a 5% increase. So they're currently lending more shares as we speak. We are now up to 526,000, 526.8. So they're already starting to lend more shares today, which is that's up from the 300 that it was earlier. $325.5 up to 526.8. So they're definitely lending more shares. Probably the big amount of loans that will, or the amount of borrowed shares that we'll see coming on, will probably be closer to the opening of the market. So I'm gonna go ahead and put in here. Oh, a nice little green candlestick there. Went away. The sell side on the order. Look at this. There we go. Ha ha. That's so nice. If you notice this on the sell side here, it's pretty weak. Is there a better way to show this? I could show all of it. Yeah, probably just show up to there. It was pretty weak. Isn't that awesome, Duncan? I love it. I love that I can just zoom in on that, like, just really quickly. It's just like, hey guys, want to see the order book? Let's watch that. It's clean. It looks good to me. I like it. Actually, not extremely clean. Oh, it's because I moved this over. Maybe? Yeah, that's probably why. That's cleaner. Good good candlesticks of growth right now. You can see that they're definitely trying to short the stock with these small shares. You know, when I see it taking off like it is in price, and you're not seeing like a lot of activity over here, it's almost like it's fooling the system. That like the system hasn't kicked in to start trying to combat against the price increase. Um, you know, the system's got buy shares. Maybe like buy orders are coming in. Do you notice the difference? There's like a 2 cent difference between the bid and the ask. Now there's a 4 cent difference. So it's like the buy orders are. This is when people say slap that ask. This is what they're talking about. And it's instead of putting in a pre-order bid, they're buying straight from the ask. And so that's why you would see these price increases, because it can't combat against orders that are in the future, right? So this is why they always say buy the ask. It allows you to bypass the futures, the future orders, and that's where you see these price increases that kind of get away from the system. I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to call you bearish, Duncan. I'm marking it down as bearish for now because it's. I mean, it could definitely change before now and an hour from now, but $32.81 is what we'll be looking to try and hit and break through as a level of resistance. Right now, the actual wall is showing up as $32 and $32.79 with 2,500 orders. So that means my Fibonacci is off just ever so slightly. And I could unlock it and change it. 32, whatever I want, 79. Just like that. And of course, that's going to change all of my other numbers as well. But if I match it up to what it is that they're going by, it's probably a better, it's a better representation. My son said, Duncan, I need to know your personal opinion, because my son said he thought it looks stupid when I switch scenes and it swipes to the side. I'm going to go check on my son real quick, make sure he's up and running. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. 19.12% short share interest. I don't even have to read this stuff off to you guys anymore. Like it's right there on the screen for you. Makes it so much easier. And then I can just be like, nope, I take it away. One click of a button now and everything just disappears. Technology. I'll have to put John in for the same price by 7:45 if I don't get a response. Uh, Unfortunately, so and that would be 28.5 to 31.5, the same. Let me see here. I'm trying to go through the news, see if we got any new news information going on today. See if there's something hit pieces. 2 hours ago, 8 reasons AMC Entertainment can head back to its February low. The Motley Fool, of course. I gotta leave it to the Motley Fool to come up with the mostly fool information. We have another 13F. Oh, actually, it looks like we have. No, it's just one. We have a new 13F report coming in. It is a sell by Liberty Wealth Management of 15 shares. Congratulations. You lost so much money. Yeah, we hit that level of resistance at 32.79 and just bounced right off the top of that thing. Oh boy, I am not looking forward to morning traffic with all the schools. Uh, it's going to be a mess out there. I'm actually going to take like a roundabout way to get my son to school. I'm actually going this massively huge box way around his school. Like we're here and his school's here. Normally we just take a direct line to get to his school, but I'm actually going to go like way out and around and back around from the other side to get to his school because I think there'll be less traffic that way. Hopefully it'll be time saving to some extent. We'll time it out and see how long it takes, but probably getting home is going to be a straight line. It shouldn't be a problem getting home. No traffic usually going that direction. Look at that. Here we go. We're going to retest 3279 and see if we can't punch through this again here. There is a, let's see, 3279. It doesn't look like the wall's there any longer. There is now a wall at $33. Looks like we're trying to fight our way back into an open this morning that is at least neutral to our closing from yesterday. Considering how much went on last night in the after hours and then also in the pre-market this morning, you know, that'd be one heck of a start to the day. There is really low volume. If you guys come up with anything, like if you think, I got a couple of you watching right now, if there's some items that you want to see on the page that would just remain up there, let me know, because what I'm thinking about doing is having a scene 1 and a scene 2. All right, and scene 1 would have specific items from Weeble taken out and placed strategically on the screen, so that it's not, you know, like there's not a lot of wasted space and it would just be very clean. So if you can think of things that you want to see that you think are important to you, let me know, because I think getting your guys' ideas on what really kind of are the indicators that you really see on the screen that really help you the most. But basically, it would be something where I could click onto a new scene, and it would show it. You know, in this particular instance, what I'm showing you right now is just the order book, like a blown up order book. You know, we could have just an entire scene, like an entire page dedicated to items that were specific items that we're tracking. I can just pull up the entire page, and it's just everything all on one page. And you know, it could be Stonko tracker stuff. It could be you name it, from any website, any web page, and it would just all be there. And I should be able to have everything refreshed or have a live tracking. So whatever you guys come up with for ideas on things that you really enjoy seeing the most, and just like a snapshot, that would be awesome. If you guys would let me know what that is. We're getting more tech savvy over here. So we did test 3279 again, and still we're not able to break through it, but we are still heading up in that direction. There is no walls. If people just started buying the ask at 3280, we'd skip right past it right now. There's 3277. See, this is what I mean. I could just skip to this like this, and you can see the data real closely. You can see the orders going back and forth. So in about 5 minutes, guys, I'm going to take my my morning break. I'm gonna drive my son to school and hopefully try to make it back for market open. I can't promise that I will. The traffic is absolutely nuts. Right now, being the second day of school, I'm hoping that within a week's time, a week or two's time, that traffic won't be as crazy as it was yesterday when I went to go pick him up. It was just, it was so horrific. So I'll try to be back as soon as I can, without breaking any laws or trying to kill anybody on the road. Um, but I can't assuredly say that I'll definitely be back by 8:30 my time when the market opens. But I will leave everything running, and you guys can continue to enjoy watching this. We do have noticed the Ortex is now listed on the screen, the live updates, and it just updated. I just saw it. It looks like 733.2 thousand shares. That is up from 526.8 thousand shares borrowed. And that's that number that is right here, 733.2. And that is up from, again, 526.8 thousand. And then the short share interest is in the bottom left. That's the 19.6 that you're seeing on that screen. Okay, I've not heard from John, so he's gonna get the same numbers that he had from yesterday at 28.5 to 31.5. Unless he contacts me here while I'm out and about driving my son to school. Some days sleep is important. I know, man. I tell you what, I think there was one day that I've missed so far where I came in late to the show because I was just so tired. And I slept through my alarms. Um, Life happens. All right, guys. I will see you back here. I'm gonna go ahead and put it up on OBS so you can see, but I will be back as soon as I can from dropping my son off at school. Uh, so again, I can't give you a time. The traffic is it's miserable. It's miserable traffic. So anyways, I will see you guys here in just a little bit, and enjoy the live data that we now have on the screen there for you from Ortex. That's cool. See you in a bit.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, remaining start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Good morning, filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. Are you guys pumped today? Because I know I'm pumped today. I am seeing some, what I feel to be is some pretty amazing data that supports the idea that we're going to have a very nice green day today. Although, who knows what's going to happen? You never know. So currently we did open at 3201. Originally I had Duncan as being a negative project or a bearish projection for the day today, but that's changed because his lower value uh, was above. Wait, 32. So I had to put him in as neutral. So it is currently above his higher limit. I'm sorry, his higher limit currently, but I had to put him in as neutral because it did open indeed within his range. So that's where we're standing. We did test off the 32.79. It looks like we bounced off the 32 level of resistance there and started to head back down. You guys are going to notice a little bit of changes today, and there's changes coming. There's definitely changes coming to everything that I do. We're going to see some screen changes. I have cool features now where I can just click a button and everything just disappears as far as the tally marks and the live reporting from Ortex. I press the button again and it comes right back. It's beautiful. I love the hotkeys. My son helped me out with that. That was amazing. I watched a video yesterday that allowed me to understand how to crop down on the windows. So there's gonna be some new stuff after this weekend, for sure. So going into next week, you're gonna see some changes. But we do have like different scenes where I'm gonna be pulling up different scenes, and the pages will have like the scenes will have different information all pulled up on them. So it's just real easy for me to just pull everything up in one page. And we can just kind of touch on those things like what you're seeing right now. And then we can switch back to the original scenes. I'm going to need input. I'm going to need input from everybody to let me know what they want to see on a page. What kind of indicators are important indicators to you that I normally have to drag across to the other side. Things that you just want to see. I want to make this as easy as possible for you to be able to come to some place and see stuff in a heartbeat. You can say like, hey, can I just see the technicals? And I just go boom. I hit one button and it, everything just pops up on one page. So I'm going for some eye candy essentially. So hopefully we get there. We're testing. It looks like we're testing 32.79 again. We're currently past it in price, but let's see. We need the candlestick to get up and above it for it to actually count. So you're probably asking yourself, what's the deal? Like, why are you so pumped about today? In case you haven't looked on Reddit or you don't know what's going on, I will just pull this up over here really quickly. The total amount of shares borrowed yesterday ended at 7.28 million shares. I have never seen it that high. I've never seen it that high. And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. We'll pull up Ortex here and we'll look at it. But a 7.28 million borrow in shares is astronomical. 4 is high. 5 is high. 7 is nuts. Okay, we're already up today. We're past 733 and we're at 1.04 currently. So they're still borrowing more shares. Now, I want you to remember that the total amount of shares that were available to borrow based off of utilization was 114 million shares. Today, the total stands at 120.6. They needed to have these added because yesterday they had 107 million shares on loan. 107 million shares with 114 total meant that if they borrowed 7 million shares, they would be at 100% utilization. They borrowed 7 million shares. So they were at 100% utilization, so they had to have more shares available to lower utilization, which it is lower today. So utilization it came in at 92.56, which you can see on the screen there. But they raised it from 114 available shares to loan to 120.6. So there's currently 8.976 million shares left to borrow when there was only 6.9 million shares left to borrow yesterday. Yeah, amazing numbers. Volume prediction for me is low today, 60 to 80 based off of pre-market numbers. If something happens to the price like we're seeing currently and it continues to spike up into ranges that are what I would consider FOMO ranges, where you have people who just come in and just suddenly are like, we got to jump in on this. You're going to see institutional buyers jumping in. You're going to see your grandmother buying. You're going to see everybody buying shares, and that's going to increase volume. And so my volume prediction for the day could be completely blown out of the water. So don't, just because I'm predicting a volume of 60 to 80 doesn't necessarily mean that's what it's going to end up at. There's definitely reasons why that number would not be valid. As far as price predictions today, I'm between 32 and 35. Eric's coming in at 33 to 36, 28 to 5.5 to 31.5 for John. Now that's the same number as yesterday. John wasn't able to get to me today for a price quote for the day, so I'm putting him in at what he had for yesterday, which is, it's the best I can do for him if I can't get a hold of him. Duncan is at 29.3 to 32.3. So those are the numbers. Those are price predictions for the day. We'll see what ends up happening throughout the day and see who comes up the winner. The winner chicken dinner. Eric has the most tally points today. He's currently at 2 for the week. We've missed twice. John and I both have 1. Duncan's got 0. So the only people that can tie Eric for the week is myself and John. So we're going to have to work hard unless Eric gets a point today. If Eric gets a point, then we're all SOL. You said you're going to see your grandmother buying in. Really? She did. Well, I didn't say my grandmother. I said your grandmother. If you don't have a grandmother anymore, then I don't know what to tell you. But I'm just saying everybody and their grandmother is going to be buying in when FOMO hits. So, but that I think that price range. We would have to jump from an open of 32.01. We would probably have to hit something like 38 dollars. I think we would have to see like just a massive spike up to 38 bucks for people to just start pouring in. So it's a pretty big run. It would be a pretty big run that we likely will not. I'm not expecting that today. I'm not expecting a run up to 38, but it could happen. It definitely could happen. And yes, my grandmother is in. She is an ape. So let's look at some of our technicals. Hopefully you guys like the change on the screen today. Where OBS, I shouldn't say OBS, but my software, OBS, the software that I use for everything. I've got the short interest, which is at 19.21%. It's live updating. So on the bottom left-hand corner down here around my cursor, we'll be updating short interest values throughout the day, as well as the borrowed amount of shares on the top right-hand corner, the borrowed change. Those numbers are all updating live, so you'll be able to see those as they happen. Again, there's going to be some changes to everything. It's going to start looking a lot cooler around here soon. So there is that. Let's pull up, now that I'm talking about Ortex, let's pull it up here real quickly. I do want to show you guys this. There's some pretty cool things happening here. This is what I was talking about on loan. There's currently 111 shares on loan. I want you to see this. This is really, really cool. Just before our spike back in end of May, early parts of June, basically it's May 20th to June 2nd. So if you look right here is May 20th right here. It happens to be the bottom of the on loan. There's a little spike up right here that you see in shares on loan. And the very bottom of it is May 20th. The top of this on share loan amount or the date for that, and it's the height of the spike increase was June 2nd. I looked it up already, so I'm just going to tell you what it is. You can look it up for yourself, but it was 10 trading days between those two dates. So it's subtracting the weekends out of there. That was 10 trading days. Now I want you to look something very closely here. On May 20th, the amount of shares on loan was 124.4 million shares on loan. It increased from 124.4 to the very height, the top of the height with the spike in price, to 138.8. So if you do a little bit of math, what that tells you is that we had a 14.4 million shares that went on loan in a 10-day span. I'll let that sink in for a second. 14.4 million shares with a massive spike increase over a 10-day trading period. And yesterday alone, we increased by 7.28 million shares. Half the amount of this entire spike was borrowed yesterday alone. I don't know. That's why I'm pumped today. I'm super pumped. A lot of people on Reddit are saying, this is going to be a bloody bath day today. I'm not going to say that. It certainly could happen. It certainly, absolutely, 100%. I believe that the price could drop lower today, and that we could see, what some people might consider a bloodbath. However, in my opinion, from what I've seen in the past and what I just kind of over time feel like I've seen, is that generally speaking, when shares are loaned in the range of 3 to 4 million shares, we end up having a positive day. Yesterday, I think we had 7 million shares loaned yesterday. I don't remember what it was the day before, but I'm pretty sure it was close to around that range as well. There are definitely times out there where we've had a massive amount of loans that were borrowed, and then ended up having a down day. There are definitely instances of that, but I think there's plenty of instances to prove where when we've had huge amounts of borrowing of shares day over day, the next day ended up being a big price increase. So I'm actually really bullish about today. I do believe that we can finish in the I do have Twitter. It's in the bottom left-hand corner of my screen. You may not be able to see it. It's at Cold Steel Bop. It's in blue. I think I need to change that to a different color so it's a little easier to read. But yeah, that's my Twitter account. So basically, there there's a lot here. There's a lot going on. I know that I'm trying to cameraman. I can't think of her first name. I always forget her first name. The Princess of Dark Pools, a lady who's been trading forever. She's been interviewed on TMI. She's had lots of interviews. She's talked to the ape community on several occasions on different platforms. She's basically come in and said that there was a 1 million share order placed in the dark pools yesterday, and to which I responded, a million? What's the big deal? I don't understand what the problem is. We have 60, just to show you guys what is the problem. We have 67.2% of our total volume yesterday traded in the dark pools. So, so I guess she's trying to say that there's something crazy going on when she sees one order at $1 million. I don't really see it as anything crazy because we had 71 million shares traded yesterday, and over half of them were in dark pools, which is 35 million shares plus 42 million shares or something like that were traded in the dark pools. What's a million? I didn't see the big deal. Maybe it's one order, maybe it's 10 orders. I don't know, but it didn't seem like a big deal to me. To her, it did seem a big deal. So there's that. Short percentage was up 56.9. Short exempt volume was up 100,000 than it was day over day. But we need, according to True Demon, he says we need 3 million shares here. So these values are not up yet. We need to see larger values here, which could come in the future. But again, remember that there are other catalysts that can cause the price to increase. It doesn't necessarily have to be the indicators that are defined by what we're looking at. However, I do want to point out that, let me pull it up. Looking back at Ortex, the one indicator that him and I both agree on is that we see these big drops on loan average age per day just before price increases, and so here's the and he was linking it to cycles. But we're starting to see the beginnings of a drop in that indicator. So yesterday it was 41.46, and today it's 40.27. So depending on what happens, if we see a big drop off on this, we could be entering into a period or a phase of green days coming ahead of us. So that's something to be excited about, I think. You know, we don't need things to be excited about, right? We know where this is going, but I still do like to get excited about stuff, and so I'm excited. You don't have to be. Let's see here. What else do I need to show you? Those are some really exciting things. Let's see here. Says I can't direct message you. Lower left corner. Am I the only one? How can I see the old post on Reddit AMC stock? When I click new, the newest is 2 hours old. I have that. So Duncan, I have that same problem on my phone or on the computer as well. When I'm on my computer, it always tells me that it's an hour or 2 hours old. And then when I go to my phone, it actually tells me the exact minutes. So I'm not sure why that is, but I get the exact same problem. The newest, yep, it's showing 3 hours ago for me on Reddit. So I would ignore that. Let me pull it up on my phone real quick here and see if it's showing um, the same exact one. Let's check it out here. So this is what I'm seeing on my Reddit right now for the most newest Reddit post for AMC stock. When I pull it up, yep, it's the same thing, and it's saying 1 hour ago on my phone as well, which is not usually the case on the phone. But here it says 3 hours ago, and on my phone it says 1 hour ago. So there's differences. I don't know why. Um, moving on. I do want to touch on what you said there, AP. AP, you said I can't direct message you on Twitter. I'm assuming is what you're talking about. Let me check and see. Maybe it's because we're not friends, possibly. I do have a new follower. I'm not sure if that's you or not. I'm going to assume. Yeah, I can give you my thoughts on a chart if you want. I really prefer to follow AMC. You can post up what you want to. Um, I'll do it on occasions. If we're having slow moments or something like that, and we need something to talk about or something. I don't mind looking at it. I am not a financial expert, so what I have to say is probably, yeah. Let me just tell you this. I am a jack of all trades and a master of none. That's how I've labeled myself my entire life. I am good at a lot of things, but not great at any one thing. I'm good at looking at AMC stock. I am not great at looking at all stocks. So I'm not going to necessarily give you any information that I would rely on in any kind of form. And I'm not just trying to disclaimer that because that's what you're supposed to say. But I'm saying it because the only reason that I feel like I'm better than most people at maybe looking at AMC is because I've looked at it for so long. I have been studying this inside and out since I don't want to say since January when I got in because I was looking at it, but I was hardcore looking at it since March. So March, February, April, May, June, July. So 6 months now. I've just been staring at these numbers over and over and over, and I'm seeing patterns. You throw something new at me, and I would have to take a long time to look at it. A simple glance at something is not going to probably be sufficient because you need to know how it operates over time. And I just don't do that. I don't sit here and look at a bunch of different stocks, but throw it up there. Throw it up there. I'll have a look at it, and we can see what's doing. Let's look at the overall market while I'm waiting for you to put that whatever it is you want me to take a look at. And we'll see how the overall market's doing right now. Looks like there's 2,559 advancers to 4,142 decliners. However, according to these bubbles right here, it does seem that the market's is in the green. The Nasdaq, Dow Jones, and S&P 500. Still waiting for the heat map to kind of change down here on the bottom. Let me take away some of the indicators so you can see what it is I'm talking about. Once that changes, we'll get a good idea for what we're looking for, what it's looking like in the rest of the market here. As far as why you can't direct message me, maybe it's because I need to follow you. Maybe I have settings set up so that you can't. I don't know why that would be the case. I'm not familiar with Twitter. I mean, I'll just straight up with you. I'm not mute notifications from people. That's just a. I don't have any of those turned on, so. I don't know why you can't message me. You can on Reddit. My Reddit account is up there. If you want to private message me through my Reddit account, you're more than welcome to do that as well. That's certainly a good way to get in touch with me. I'm more of a Redditor than I am a tweeter. I'm an older generation. Okay, so it looks like the heat map changed. Oil and gas is kind of suffering. Some of the banking sectors are also hurting as well. Yeah, it is what it is. Robinhood is only $1.10 above where they started, but they are up 2% for the day. Amazon is at 3,290. They continued to decline. Hold on 1 second here. Had to clear my throat. Cinemark, our competitor, is at negative 2.36%. Dogecoin is up 3%, 3.6% rather. GME is down 1.7, and we are down 1.18. Even though we've had a pretty good morning, we have had a double top here. We've tested $32.98 twice, and have bounced off of it, and then both times we fell below this level of support at 32.79. So that 32.79 has been a sticking point for us pretty much most of the morning. We double topped off of that once as well. Double topped off of that, came back all the way down to, what did this get down to? 31.93 before spiking up above it finally. And now we got a double top on the next level. So maybe we'll see the same thing happen where we double top and then drop down to the next level of support. So it's going to be double top, drop down, maybe back down to, I don't know, we'll just say 32.30 maybe, around that range. Maybe even just slightly lower, 32.17, maybe just 32 even. And then bouncing back up, and maybe we can bounce through, and on a third try, maybe bounce back through there and break through that level of resistance. It's some pretty good clear sailing after that. So if we can get past $33, I think we could kind of take off for a bit. Let's see here. Is it time? It is time. I'll pull up options. So currently on call options, our highest level of volume is at the $35 mark, which is up from 34 yesterday. We're now at 35, and it's close. 34, 33, 34, 35 are all kind of running in the same running. But our highest level is 35 at 6.4 thousand. And on the put option side, those are surrounding 31 again at 5.6. But there's a strong runner up at 32 and 33. Did I update that? I don't recall if I did. Yeah, I did update it. So currently the volume at 35 is outweighing the volume at 31. I don't know if I mentioned or not recently. Institutional ownership went up, I believe. Maybe it was 1.3 million shares. Could have been 1.2. I didn't take a screenshot, but yeah, it was at least a million shares was increased by institutional ownership day over day. That is good. Duncan, I don't know if you were the reason you were stating about the most recent Reddit posts being old, if it's because you thought there was a chance that maybe it was not working or that the site might be down. Typically speaking, I mean, it does look like that because again, I just refreshed it on the new and there's nothing new in there. Usually, what happens is it won't give any information whatsoever. So if no new posts are making it through, there could be something going on there. There were some individuals complaining about their password being locked out on Fidelity, or their account was locked due to their password being incorrectly input into Fidelity. I have not had any problems this morning, but I do run a two-factor authentication. I don't know if that's if people are just trying to scare people. But yeah, I see what you're talking about. These don't look like very new or recent posts that are popping up on here. Um, yeah, it's kind of odd. An M Thatcher, Margaret Thatcher. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I mean, when I call it a double top, it's the same thing as a George W, which is also known as a double bottom. Margaret Thatcher, though, I like that. I'm gonna start using that one. An M Thatcher. George W and M Thatcher. That's funny. I haven't heard that one before. That's a first. Okay, so here we are. We're gonna come down here and test 3230. I could see it dropping all the way to 32 on a double top, and then before bouncing up off that level of support there. But the last time it had a double top earlier in the pre-market, it went down, tested that 31, and then bounced back up and over it. So we'll see what happens here. Man, there's something. I got something in my throat today. COVID. I joke, but school has started. I hope I don't lose my taste and smell again. That was awful. There's nothing. It was funny too because my wife, when she first got it, she went to go take a. I think we went and bought Panda Express or something like that, and that was the moment when it hit her. She's like, "I can't smell it," and I was like, "What do you mean?" Like it didn't register in my mind what she could possibly mean by that, but the idea that she couldn't smell it was kind of weird to me. I got messages I'm trying to look at here. Sorry, guys. Shares available to borrow. I'm really liking the fact that I don't have to tell you guys what's going on with Ortex because it's live updating there, and it is on the screen now and cropped properly. The only problem is that it does kind of mess up the volume. But so if I want to show you something in volume, then I have to get rid of it. But on the other hand, my son helped me fix that, and now I can just do a single click and it goes away. I got hotkeys set up now. Volume is looking pretty low. 9.5 million shares traded in like 40 minutes that we've been trading so far. So that does kind of jive with the idea that we'll be hitting somewhere between 60 and 80 million shares traded for the day today. I would say that those numbers are looking pretty darn accurate now. Of course, it could be wrong if we have a bunch of FOMO buyers moving in if we have a huge spike up to like 38. So, it just depends on what's going to happen with the price of the stock. But let me see here. Let me divide this real quick. 9.67 divided by 40 times 390. Yeah, we're on a 94.2 million share pace if we were to keep the exact pace that we have right now for the rest of the day. And my upper level prediction was 80. There's no way that I haven't seen it happen before where we keep up the same pace by the end of the day as we started off with. So it would be unusual to see. It always drops. I'm not really sure by how much, but I haven't really been keeping track of percentages. But 94 is going to probably be the maximum we would see today. That's a long shot. So we did hit $32.30, and it does look like we're kind of testing off of it and starting to bounce back up. This is where we start watching the order book, and we start looking for those single-digit shares to see if they're short ladder attacking the stock. There's a 5 right there. This is what you're going to be watching the bid side to see the single-digit values coming in to narrow the spread between the bid and the ask. There's a 1 right there, another 1. So they're trying to narrow the distance between the bid and the ask. If you see the spread right now, it's 32 to 35 cents. So they throw in single digits in there to drop the actual price of the stock. And that's how you kind of know when they're doing a short ladder attack. And they get past that level of resistance, which they've just done, and now they can start driving the price down even further. So those are the things that I watch out for when I'm looking to see when they're attacking the price. I look out for those kind of things. Those are indicators to me that they're short ladder attacking. Now I was a little worried about having to refresh Ortex because I don't know if it's updating. So let me I'm going to refresh the screen. I'm going to take off the data off the screen. I'm going to go and refresh because I have a feeling that it's supposed to live update, but I have seen it in the past where it doesn't seem to be live updating, or it stops reporting at some point. Maybe if you're gone for too long from the computer, or I don't know what reasons. Maybe maybe it just hates me. I don't know, but the data is accurate. I just refreshed it. Everything looks good. So those are our current numbers. That has not changed in a while. It was 1.04 million shares borrowed. I believe 19.21 is what we've been at for a little bit here. Still having a difficult time trying to break past. What would happen if we short ladder attacked with a bunch of single stock buys? I thought about that for a long time too. That was my first thought. Like what would be the reverse of a short ladder attack down? And it would be obviously a short attack up. But the problem is that you can't you can't attack upwards the same way that you can attack downwards. So because it would require you to sell shares, and you don't want to do that. So you know you can't uh, you can't do what it is that you want to do because it would require you to do what it is that they want you to do. So there's no way for you to attack back. Um, I tried thinking of many different ways. That was one of the very first thoughts I had was is obviously there must be an opposite to something. There's always, if you can do it one way, you should be able to do it the other way. And of course I came up with the idea of, you know, the only way you could do it is you'd have to sell single shares to try and drive the price up. But if you look, if you what you'll see is there's differences in if you look at that bid and ask side. Let me pull it back up here for you. Look at the differences in the numbers. Do you see how on the bid side that there's gaps to be filled in between the numbers? But then you come over here and you look at this side and it's 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. It's just the nature of the ask side to sell in increments, and you can't fill, there's no gaps to fill. It's the gaps that they're filling in between the bid sides that they're filling to drop the price down. So the answer to the question is you can't short up a ladder if there's no gaps to fill to get people to buy at those prices gapping up. So it's impossible. That's the answer. It's impossible so long as that ask side. Now, if you want to go to a different stock and you want to look at something like, you know, we can go look at Cinemark. We'll pull up Cinemark here and look at it. This is Cinemark's bid order here. Okay, look at theirs. 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61. Then you have some gaps. There is actually indeed gaps. Let's try a different one. Let's try Amazon. This is Amazon's bid order. That one's moving pretty quickly there. There's gaps. There's big gaps there on the ask side. So could you short attack up on something like this? Absolutely. 100% you could. There's no reason why you couldn't do it in here. But do note, you know, this is moving pretty darn quickly here, this order. So, you know, you'd have to have fast orders submitting. You'd have to be a computer. There's no way as an individual that you could do this. But, you know, I'm sure there's definitely stocks out there where you can gap it up for sure, but not AMC. This is AMC's right here. I just switched back to AMC's. You're not going to find a way to gap this up. There's just they attack it too hard with computers, and that's not how we trade. So I wish we had something to combat it, but we just technically don't. Which actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it led me down the course of looking at options. Options is kind of a, it would take me forever to go into how I'm not even sure if I completely even understand it myself, but I do believe that you can gap up the price using options. Um, it's a weird and long drawn out process, and probably something I would do extremely poor at trying to explain. But I do feel that there is a way to gap up the price using options. Um, but it would have to be in mass quantities, and it would have to be a coordinated attack on the retail investors. You know, it'd be a coordinated attack, and you can't really do that either. So. Um, which led me to you know thinking like, oh hey, I'll try my hand at options and see how that works out, and that didn't really work out so well. Yeah, it's definitely high frequency trading. You would definitely need some kind of computer doing the work for you to gap up. Uh, I'm not saying that it can't be done. I'm saying with AMC it can't be done. There's no gaps. They don't leave any gaps to be filled on the sell orders in order for you to be able to attack the price up. The walls, setting up walls like Duncan's saying, it would help. But the problem is you have to be willing to buy those walls at those prices, and nobody wants. I mean, I shouldn't say nobody. Anybody who has a very large sum of money to throw at a stock like this um, would put up, would smartly put up a wall, let it get hit, and then move the wall down lower because they're, obviously if you can get the stock for a cheaper price, and you have to, I'm thinking from the mind of an investor, not from the mind of an ape. But from the mind of an investor, if you're going to invest into a stock and you have $1 million to throw at it, why would you throw all $1 million on a wall at one point? If that wall gets hit, you can buy in at cheaper and cheaper and cheaper values. And so that's why you see these. I think that's oftentimes why you see these big walls that will show up in there. They get attacked for a minute, then they disappear. And it's like, well, okay, well, if we're not going to buy shares at that price, we'll be buying at a lower price. And so, great, we're averaging down. Yeah, it's definitely there's no way to do on AMC, there's no way to do it for retail. I do believe that there are stocks that retail could do it to if you had a large enough amount of money, and if it's a low volume stock, then you could definitely manipulate it by gapping up the price. If there's not a whole lot of action going there and there's people who are willing to buy your shares, um, you could definitely gap it up 100%. Um, that's why they have trailing stop losses, or it's the opposite of that. Trailing, yeah, I think that's right. Trailing stop losses. Yeah, what is up with Reddit? No new posts on the AMC sub. Duncan pointed it out first. He did note that it is showing quite a few hours since the last previous new post. Don't know what's going on with it. Let's go. Let me go to Twitter. Let's see what I got on Twitter here and see if anybody's mentioning anything. This really bothered. See, the thing is with Twitter is I feel like there's just so many people. I don't even have that many followers. I'm not even following that many people, and it's like I have like just so many people posting stuff that it's like if you don't just scroll to the top and then scan down, it's just hard to see everything. I'm not seeing anybody say anything on um, Twitter. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on Twitter. And I could tweet it out and see if I get any responses. Yeah, so I just tweeted it out. We'll see if I get some kind of responses back. Let's see here. I don't use it. Way too many trolls. I there's definitely a lot of trolling going on. Are you talking about Twitter? Or are you talking about Reddit? There's definitely some trolls on Reddit. I don't know about Twitter. I haven't used it enough to really notice if there's a lot of trolls on there. I don't feel like I haven't felt like there's people trolling me on Twitter. Um, so we did break past 32.30. It does look like we're heading down to test 31.98 or $32. Okay, yeah. I haven't been on Twitter long enough to notice one way or the other. I think most of the people who are following me are just apes, and that's about it. I don't sub anything that uh, isn't AMC related. I opened up a Twitter account a long time ago to get something free because it said like if you tweet us out, well, they would give us something. I forget what it was, like a koozie at a concert or something. I don't know what it was. It was stupid, but I was like, all right, I'll sign up. And so I still had the Twitter account open, and I was like, yeah, I guess I'll start using Twitter for AMC just because it did seem like Adam Aaron was doing tweets and whatnot, and I was like, well, I do want to see that kind of stuff. So, um, every person that I follow that I've followed so far is all related to AMC. So, and quite honestly, I have not seen anybody say anything negative or anything other than love coming out of the AMC community. So, um, you can definitely find some uh, trolls on Reddit all over the place. I live in the Austin greater area, and I'll tell you what, one of the worst subreddits I have ever experienced troll wise is our Austin. It's so bad, really bad. You can't. There's nothing you can post on that without getting some kind of hate response. It's ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. Okay, so I'm looking for a pattern right now, and I do see this bit of a shoulder, head, shoulder, although these are the smallest shoulders I've ever seen in my life. But this double top right here, to me or the Margaret Thatcher, did indeed kind of look like it was going to predict that it would drop down in price. This double top back here did drop down, and but then we rebounded off the 3190, yeah, the 3190 level. But it doesn't look like we're going to rebound off of that this time. They are indeed pushing it lower. Yeah, I don't know, man. I can't say that I'm a big fan of Twitter. It's kind of I don't know, like I don't really feel like I just want to go on and just say my thoughts like every hour. I don't know. Maybe I got past that on Facebook. I don't know. It's not really my cup of tea, but I'm there because I know that other people are, and I think that's important to be a part of the communities. Okay, maybe we are going to bounce off of 32 after all. I didn't think we would because it was starting to look like we were breaking through it pretty decently. But here we go. Is volume picking up? Volume is picking up a little bit here. You can't see that, can you? Hold on a second. This is the one thing I have to remember about this nice hotkeys is that with that Ortex showing up there on the side, you guys now have blockage, and so I have to get rid of it in order for you to see what's happening. But 250,000 columns of volume is beautiful, and every single one of these since 10:24 Eastern Standard Time is above that. This one is 253, so anything above this one right here is a good one. So we've had basically 6 straight minutes of 250 columns of volume, and we're still this minute moving into it. So 7 minutes worth of straight good volume. For those of you who haven't been here before or have been here, I'll just remind you that 250,000 shares a minute traded equates to just under 100 million shares traded for the day, which is kind of like the target goal that I think that we should maintain or have higher than each day if we want to see good numbers. Which is ironically 1/5 of or 20% of our total outstanding shares that are supposed to be there. I think it's funny how numbers come back around. Numbers are very interesting. I'm trying to remember the name of that movie where the guy I think it was Cage, Nick Cage, that was he found patterns and numbers everywhere he went. What was the name of that movie? I'm pulling it up and seeing. Knowing? It looks like possibly it might have been Knowing. Yeah, I think that's it. Kind of an interesting movie. When you see something like that, it really puts on your tinfoil hat. You start seeing numbers everywhere. You're like, oh my gosh, is this true? So this what's happening right now does look like a short ladder attack the way that it happens. So if we see a turnaround here in the next minute or so, then we know that that's it's a continuation of that ladder attack that's happening, and that will definitely be moving down to test probably 31.32 next. And volume does appear to be dropping off. So the last minute was only 173,000 shares of volume. Man, I feel like having this data up here for you guys to see is like it takes away a little bit from some of the work that I have to do, just because it makes it so easy for you guys to just see the information. I don't have to talk about it. 1.4 million shares though. It's increased from 1.04, so an additional 400,000 shares roughly lent. So again, anything over 3 million shares borrowed for the day typically results in a green day, I feel like. Historically speaking, that's what the trends seem to indicate. Yep. Still nothing new on Reddit. It's still the same. It's so odd because typically speaking, when Reddit goes down, like you can't even get to the site. But now you can still get to the site, but nothing new is being posted, which is just extremely odd. I know in the past they've had issues where somebody will try to uh, somebody will infiltrate into, say, for example, the admins. And when they infiltrate as an admin, they'll change a setting or something like that that prevents people with a certain amount of karma to be able to post, which they do have a karma limiter that's set up on there. So it could mean that they have an infiltrator. Um, so I got a comment from one of the people that I talked to, and they were asking me about Reddit and having issues with Reddit, and yeah, um, we're just we're seeing problems on Reddit. I've tweeted it out. I don't know what else I can do from my end. There's definitely some things going on. I'm not getting responses from Twitter. And it does look like Twitter might be down as well, because most of the posts that I have here are an hour to 2 hours old. I do know in the past there has been and I'm just going to say this now. I'll only say it once, and I'm just going to say it live to the people who are watching. In the past, there has been notes that have been made about making sure that when we do have communication shut down, that we go to a YouTube channel, Gangman style. I'm looking it up now, and we would be talking through Gangman style comment section. So I'm pulling that up now. Going to the original video. I'm going to go to the comment section. Okay, here we go, guys. Yeah, everybody's talking inside there. Definitely something going on as far as that goes, as far as our communications being shut down. Somebody said Reddit fuckery. Kramer stopped trolling us on Twitter. GG talking shit to Hedgies. My titties, you're jacked, matey. Yeah, but there's definitely live updates being sent there. There's that last comment that I just read was 3 minutes ago. So I mean, if you want to have a place to be able to go to talk to people and find out what's going on, let me make sure. Let me make sure I'm sending this right. Hold on a second here, guys. I can't think at the same time. It's so bad. Nam. Nam, nam, nam. So yeah, they've shut down our communications with each other. So that's where you want to go. If you want to go check out the comment section of that YouTube video, you can. I only said it once and that's it. Yeah, all right, I'll just put it in one time. It's actually, you know what? I'll do you one better. I'll do you one better. I'm actually just gonna. I'm a nobody. I'm gonna give you guys an opportunity. There's no way they're gonna see it coming from me. I'm just gonna go ahead and post the link. Uh, I'm pinning up the link now, and you can go straight to the. You can go to the comment section and check it out. You know, definitely plenty of people that are talking about it. But Gangnam Style is supposed to be the backup for loss of communications. Um, if you want to go check that out and see what's being said, you can. Obviously, this is why I do a stream. I knew that something like this was going to happen in the future, only because it's happened so many times in the past. And this is why I do YouTube. I've seen YouTube channels get shut down, but I have not seen everything attacked in unison. So I've seen attacks on like Reddit, or I've seen attacks on YouTube, or I've seen attacks on Twitter, but I've never seen all of them go down at once. So that's part of the reason why I do a live stream, is because I wanted to be able to document everything that goes on. If this is massive as it could possibly be, um, you could imagine everything going down. So if you lose me, you know where to find. Now you have a location. I will talk there. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Reddit. Try to keep the lines of communication going. I have communication with my admins through Skype. This is why you have to have support groups, because you need to be able to have communication talking. We do have a nice little bottom, a double bottom off of $32, and that's our George W. We went from a Margaret Thatcher to a George W. Hold on a second. If you have, if we go to a 5-minute, okay, it's not going to show up very well. I'm just seeing a pattern forming right now. I don't want to put a whole lot of faith into this, but if we were to see something like this, let's draw it out. If we were to see something like this, this is our inverted head and shoulders. So we go from a Margaret Thatcher to a George W. to a Margaret Thatcher. If we see that, let's draw the line here. If we see this, who knows, maybe that's the first indicators to a nice big huge spike well above $32 or $33. So let's be watching for that. Absolutely, man. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to help people. And I'm not even here. Like, if you need to leave and go take care of business someplace else, like if you got a better channel to go watch, do that. Like go get information and come back and tell me so that I know what's going on, because I mean I need to know just as much as everybody else does. So yeah, do what you gotta do to figure out what's going on. I'll tell you what I did notice. When was it? There was something crazy that happened. Was it last night or was it yesterday? There were some weird things that were happening yesterday, and I didn't say anything about it because I wasn't sure if it was just me or not. And I want to say that it was in the aftermarket hours yesterday. It might have been pre-market yesterday. I can't remember. I think it was yesterday sometime. I can't remember. But there were some weird things that were happening, and I noticed them, and I was like, I thought maybe it was just me, so I didn't say anything, and because it was pretty brief, it didn't last for very long, but I did notice some interruptions. We do have a buy wall at $32.47 of 24,000 shares. Pretty massive buy wall. Put that up there. A lot of times, it's the same thing with the bid side. You'll see it test it, it'll hit it, and it'll either disappear or it'll actually hold. So it just kind of depends on how firm they are on holding that wall. So we're stalling back out at 32. 32.30 seems to be some kind of level of either support or resistance. I can't tell, but there's something significant about that line that happens to be Duncan's upper level of price prediction for the day, but it's touched it like 3 times. There's something significant going on with that 32.30. It's seen as either a level of resistance or support, not sure which. I don't have a Fibonacci retracement that counts that as one, um, but there's definitely a level of support and resistance that's around that number of 32.30. I'm still getting messages through Reddit, so I know that Reddit is still up. So I wouldn't worry about that. It looks like we're going to do this little stair step action, possibly back up to that 32.98 or $33. It's like the exact reversal of what we saw over here, just on a smaller scale. There is some really good news. Yeah, the George W. Yep. So we had Hoagie, we had the Margaret Thatcher, followed by a ladder attack down to a George W. And so what we're looking for now is a ladder up, back up to that same price range of $32 to complete another Margaret Thatcher or possibly some uh, consolidation around that 32.79 to $33. If we do that, um, it would be at least the signal that I would be seeing is a shoulder head shoulder inverted shoulder head shoulder, which is an extremely bullish indicator, which means that we would be breaking out, moving upwards beyond that. Yeah, it did. It did open up slightly below. It didn't quite complete the formation, but it's okay though. I mean, even from a 5 minute perspective, it's not really looking like that head shoulder head, but sorry, shoulder head shoulder. But the one thing that I don't like about this is that typically speaking, at least from the past experience that I've seen in the last 6 months or so, when you see these, they're typically, levels of consolidation. They don't have to be, but they're levels of consolidation, and the shoulders seem to be a little bit larger than the head and are more pronounced. This is definitely longer than the head, so there is that. 32, 3, 4-ish is one of my stronger support resists, and yes, today, as guess was made partially around that. If bear or bull depend on where at opening. Yeah, I hear you. Let's see what options are doing just for shits and giggles. There we go. I'm still getting used to things here, guys. I like my cool toys, but I'm still trying to get used to them. Let's see here. We've got. I didn't refresh it. Ooh, 11,000 at $33 on the calls. That's a lot. 11.5. That moved up pretty quick, but so did the puts at 32. Oh man, there's like no spread. There's no spread. 32 to 33. No spread, and the calls are just eking out the puts in volume. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, that's pretty crazy that the volume moved away from 35 on the calls and moved down to 33. I personally believe that most of the volume is created by the hedge funds. They're hedging their bets. If they can't hedge on anything larger than a spread of $1, then they don't. To me, what that could possibly mean is that they don't know where this is going. They really don't know. They don't know if they can control this. They don't know if they can. They don't know what to bet on. That's what it would seem like to me. If I was in their shoes and you didn't know which way the price was going to go, if you felt like there was some kind of pressure that was going to push the price in one direction or the other, you would bet on that. But if you didn't know, your spread becomes tighter unless you knew that it was going to be an even day, and that the price was just going to basically close around the price that it opened at. We did open at $32. We're not much higher than that right now, 32.43. Could that cause gamma squeeze? Could what cause the gamma squeeze? Oh, the head, shoulder, head? No. The shoulder, head, shoulder, sorry. No, that's not. It's just an indicator that shows whether it's bullish or bearish. And I'm trying to draw it out in advance. I'm saying like this: if this happens, it's a very bullish indicator. So we've got a bit of a shoulder, then a head, and then a shoulder, and this is inverted. So this would lead to price. Once we got past that second shoulder, it would lead to price moving upwards. So it's not saying anything about a gamma squeeze or anything like that. It's just simply saying that like if we do complete this formation, that's where it should start heading. So we've already tested $33 once. $32 held up twice today after two double tops. We had a double top at $32.79 and a double top at $33. And both times it dropped down to 32-ish dollars, and still managed to break out, going back up again. So if we do indeed move back up in here and do some either consolidation between these two levels of support and resistance, or we had like another Margaret Thatcher would be probably something we'd see. Actually probably on the second portion of a Margaret Thatcher, like it would go up, test it, come back down, and then maybe drive through. So on the second part of the M, maybe drive up through it. Oh, you're talking about the 11,000 calls? No, no, I don't think that's a gamma squeeze. But I'm trying to put myself in the shoes um, of the hedge funds, and it's been a while. I feel like since we've seen volume with like a $1 spread. Typically, it's like $5 or $10 or something like that. And of course, I know that these all expire today, so I'll tell you what it does mean to me. It likely means that they don't believe that they can get it much lower than maybe 31 because there's not a whole lot of volume below that. So I would say that I would have faith in the idea that they're probably not expecting to drop it beyond 31. Yeah, that's what it kind of looks like to me. And I doubt that I would ever be able to predict a gamma squeeze. Um, that really has to do with options and how much is in the money and versus out the money. And if we look at that real quickly, we've got 23,000 shares in the money. Sorry, 23,000 options in the money on the calls and 33 on the puts. Let's say, for example, that the price increased to, um, let's say it shot up to like 38 today. Just, just we're making a hypothesis here. If it shot up to $38 today, you would see, let's say 40. Let's say it hit past 40. Let's say it went to like 41. This is probably a better example. You're going to have a lot of open interest shares or options making it into the money, like a lot. We're at what, 30, underneath 33 right now. So basically every single number that you see from here, and just look at the call side, the left-hand side, all those numbers would be in the money all of a sudden. So you got like uh, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. I don't know, maybe about 100, 110 or so options in the money, 110,000 options in the money. That, I mean, I'm not really good with options, but to me that would seem like you could have a gamma squeeze off of something like that. Especially with some of those lower call options being way in the money. They'd be making a lot of cash. So that could cause a gamma squeeze, but that would mean that we would have to hit into the $41 range, right? We got to get there. That's quite a long ways from where we're at right now. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying that it's a tough drive. I do feel like that if we get up to $38 today, just as a theoretical, if we were to drive up pretty fast and hard up to say like 35, I think there would be more momentum leading up to 38, and I think at $38 you would see massive amounts of FOMO hitting, and people would be buying left and right. Retail buyers would be jumping in on it, and uh, institutional investors would see that, and they would start writing it. You would just see massive amounts of push to get past that $40 to $45 gray area. That's the area that we need to really drive through quickly and not find ourselves hung out in that area. So yeah, watch for $38. You know, if we can hit $38 at some point, and just drive from there, that's gonna be that could be huge. I'm not saying we're gonna hit that today, but I'm just saying in the future. And if we did hit 35, that now is a bunch of people who would have their shares in the money, their options in the money, and they could cash out and start. That's where your buying pressure starts coming in, right? They started making about a bunch of money, and then they start buying shares with that money. So that's where a lot of your pressure comes from the gamma portion of that. If we made it up to $41, you're talking about a ton of money that people are going to start making at that point. They'll be cashing out left and right, and make, especially if it starts to stall out at around $41, and you just see people just cashing out their options, their call options at those lower values of like 32, 33, 34, 35, and then they're more than likely going to use that money to buy stocks. So then you have this like massive buying pressure coming in at 38 bucks. You hit 41, and then it's just like, boom, it just takes off. So that would be like a blueprint on how you would get there, to a gamma squeeze. But I'm not telling you that that's what's happening. But I do love seeing this right now. This movement back up to the $33 range in here. I really want to see this bounce off of 33 and just kind of consolidate around there and just blast the hell off. That would be beautiful. All right, Reddit, come on. Let's see what you got. There we go. We're back in business. Reddit's back up. Reddit is back up. And let me just verify my phone because Reddit is saying 59 minutes ago on the last post. Let me verify what I'm actually getting on my phone because that usually is the one that shows in minutes. Yep, I'm showing now. So here's a problem that hopefully the admins of AMC stock are looking into their admin crew at this point because when you start having just specifically your site that's having issues, you have to, or you find where hopefully they're looking for whatever setting it is that caused them to start being able to have posts coming back in again. They need to figure that out and figure out what's causing that. Hopefully they have access to seeing who's making changes. Um, you know, take a screenshot of their admin list and see if that changes in the next couple days. I say admins, but I think that Reddit calls them moderators. You don't know how to send in Reddit? What do you mean by send? Like how to post? And it's up, by the way. I'll post that. Let's see if I have any messages on Twitter. I hadn't checked that. I don't do Twitter. Nothing on Twitter. I didn't even get any response to my tweet either. It's kind of odd. Shout out to Brian C. 9 minutes ago, just became a subscriber to my channel. Thank you, Brian C., for subscribing. I try to shout them out when I can. I know there's a few others that I probably did not say. Crazy Pepe. He's been talking in here forever and he hadn't subscribed, but he just did yesterday. And I didn't notice it until after the show had ended. Also have Roman Swan who subscribed. Awesome to have you guys aboard, guys or gals. It could be gals too. Apes, wonderful to have you Apes aboard. Not going to mention this one. Easy 2120 also is a new subscriber to the channel. It's great to have everybody that is new. I am extremely close, and I'm not trying to advertise. This is not an advertising, guys. Do not. I am not asking you to do anything. Don't do anything. I'm just excited. I'm at 97 subscribers. I'm 3 subscribers away from being able to make some changes to the site, to the YouTube channel. And when it happens, I'm hoping this weekend it'll happen. And if it does, I'm gonna have some changes. There's gonna be some fun changes, and it's gonna look a little bit better in here, I think. Besides just like cool little hotkey functions where I can make cool things pop up on my screen like I just did. You know, I'll tell you what. Instead of, you know what I would take over this this shoulder head shoulder formation? I'll tell you what I would take over it. A shoulder head shoulder head spike off. Basically moving to a 5 minute interval, if you were to look at it, would be this gigantic George W. That would be even better. I would love to see that. That's what I'm hoping for right now. I want to see that happen. We'll spike off a 33, hit down to 32, spike back up to 33, back down to 32, and then take off through there. That would just be absolutely wonderful. That would put us probably like, how long did it take us to get this far? 9:45 to 11:10. Holy crap! I'm past. No, I'm getting close. Never mind. What is that? An hour? 9:45. Not yeah, 11:10. Hour and 15 minutes. So the other half of the W would be another hour and 15 minutes, which would put us at 11:15 my time, or Eastern Standard Time would put it at 12:30-ish. That's close to the end of the power hour for the hedge funds. That could happen. Holding 500 shares since January, I think this new DTC 824 ruling is a game changer. Yes, the NSCC 2021 010. Trying to remember. I am super bad about remembering. If it makes it into this noggin, if this unwrinkled, smooth brain can remember some crap number like that, it's in there for the rest of my life. I will never ever forget that, and that's how my brain works. But yeah, that's the one you're talking about, and it's supposed to. That ruling goes into effect on the 24th. Um, it could be a game changer. My only you know as well as I do, Brian, that we've been in this since January. We've seen so many catalysts that we thought would come along and didn't perform the way that we thought they would. Excuse me. I'll tell you what, I hate getting my hopes up on them. But you know what? It looks good. I do firmly believe that they write into their business model breaking the law, and you know the cost that it, you know, if they get fined, they'll take the fine and they just run with it. So you know, um, sure, and they might, you know, this ruling might come out and that they're going to have to stop. I believe it's what is this dark pool trades. I believe on that one that they won't be able to trade as well in. I can't remember the exacts on it. It's been a while. I just know that there's some good information in there that Charlie had covered in his videos that were pretty cool. But you know, let's hope that they actually have to abide by the rules and that they don't just get to break them and then get fined ridiculous amounts of money, like small amounts, not ridiculous large, but small. But it's good to have you with us, Brian. It's awesome, man. I think I think you've got. That's about how many shares I think I started out with when I first started buying into AMC. I think. Let me do some math. Yeah, that's what it was. I was right about that amount. But I started watching Trey, and Trey was increasing his shares, and I was like, I could average down too. And so I started averaging down, and those numbers just grew. I couldn't help myself. I got sick. I got infected with moon dust. Moon dust itis. It's such a relief to see a Reddit back up here. What am I trying to do here? Why do I have oh. Sorry guys, I'm redditing here. Let's see what happens. Okay, oh, I got your message now. Let's see here. Volume cap nearly identical. I think this is posted by one of my subscribers here to the channel. So let's see what we got here. AMC Entertainment. This is back in February, and I'm looking at what value is this? Volumes at the bottom. Is it oh, this is the price. No, this isn't the price. Yeah, it is the price. Yeah, that's the share price. Okay, cool. I see where you're going with that. You just basically copied and pasted on the 824.98. That's all right. So yeah. So I'll put this over here. I'll show this off. I like it. Okay, this is posted. I don't, unless you want to state who you are, credit for this, but I'll just say what your name is on Reddit. And this is posted by Parker 1501 on Reddit. And so essentially, what they have here is they have a chart. This is back in January. This is the spike in price, and then they have kind of like a wedge formation or a pennant. I think some people like to refer to it as a pennant formation here, and it intersects at some point, and you see the price break out at the intersection. Or the crossing of the pennant or the end of the pennant, and it goes up and shoots up to the next level of $77. Hence putting us into the next formation or price inside that pennant, which is what he's got up here at the top, and he's saying at 824. I think it looks to me like he's taking. I can't. Can I drag down? I can't drag down. I wish I could see the top portion of this, but if I had to guess, it looks like. I'm not sure how they've plotted out these numbers unless they used like it looks like a copy paste from the trend from itself, just moved up on top of it, so like a stair-stepping motion upwards. If I had to guess, that's what it looks like. It looks like a what's the term called? I'm not looking at anything that's being said on the live stream, so if you're posting stuff, I can't see it. But a standardized averaging of the values, so it's like the edges are not as rough. It's not like an exact copy and paste, but the data's in here, and it's plotted in here. And so basically, like taking this portion right here and adding on top, but in size reference so you can see. But this is where we would be. We would break out on 824. And then kind of come back down and test the top portion of the pennant and have an actual breakout on 9-8 going into the next formation. If we were to continue this cycle of moving like this. Now, if this were the case, the next spike up would be well over $180 per share. Well, at least the very first spike up would be up to $65 according to this. And then the spike up beyond that would be larger. Now, of course, we know that the pattern's not going to exactly repeat itself over time. I don't know how they plotted these numbers, but they're definitely not exactly the same formation. I would assume that it's an averaging of the numbers, like a smoothed average over time. And so I mean, yeah, I could definitely see something like this happening. This is good work. This is really good work, man. I like this. This is really good. I like where this is going. Especially I think what I like the most. I'm just looking at something real quick here. Where is the only thing that I don't like? I'm going to start with what I don't like. What I don't like is that it's really difficult for me to see price values because I feel like it's been scrunched up so much that it's difficult to kind of see the prices in here. But what I do like is I like everything else. I like everything else. Everything, ding dong, you hit it, you nailed it. It's perfect. I just wish I could zoom in on this top portion up here so we could see what it got to. Let's see. This top portion right here looks like it's just about basically even with the top portion over here, which would mean $72. Testing at 72 again, dropping back down ever so slightly to maybe looks like around 50 something possibly, and then spiking back up from there obviously to well over 200 and something odd dollars. These are increments of 50, so I would assume that this would be like 230 maybe, 210. I can't tell what the number is. 240. Looks like 240. So definitely well above 240 per share. So let me tell you where this goes wrong. Just because, and I still have not looked at any of your guys' comments, so I'm trying to be, I try to keep my comments filtered from what you guys say, so that I'm not altering what it is I'm thinking in my head, because my head has to think differently. With the DD, I gotta keep things separated. My mind works in compartments, and I'm in this bubble right now. Let me tell you where you're going wrong here. At $90 right here on this portion. Let me see and make sure I get this right. 65, 90. It's this portion right here. Dang it. It moves it. How many lines up is that? 1, 2. The second line up from the bottom. Okay, right here at $90. Somewhere between $90 and $95. I believe that's when the margin calls happen. This back half portion of this will be null and void at that $90 to $95 portion, or I'm just going to say whenever the margin calls do happen, and I guarantee you it's going to be lower than that $200. When those margin calls happen, this is thrown out the door. A lot of the technical charts that we're drawing up and everything get thrown completely out the door. You have to forget about it. Stop thinking about this stock the same way. I love all the charting that we're doing, but I'm going to have to throw out everything that I've done, all the charting, everything that I've done stops, and we have to start looking at it differently. A couple of things could happen. If they decide that they're going to shut down trading and the clearinghouses take over, they're just going to be buying shares at that point, and they're going to have 4 billion plus shares to buy. So we're basically going to sit there, and you're going to just hold, and you're going to wait, and you're going to watch this thing do some crazy maneuvers in price. It may only go up. It may never come down. it will depend on how they structure the buying through the clearinghouses. I don't know how much down it's going to come if it does come down during certain sections, um, but that will be real selling that's happening during those times when we see those 40, 60, 70% drop offs. That's real selling pressure that's happening during those times. And that's when a whole new methodology of thinking about the squeeze has to start taking place, because if you try to chart it the same way that we normally chart, you will be way off. You'll be wrong, 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 just completely. And so just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. This is excellent, excellent work. I love it. All right, now I'm looking at the comments. Yes, I do have TradingView. I do not use it. I tried to use it. John, one of the admins, tried to get me to use it. Originally, I was using it on my phone. I think I set it up on my computer because he said the computer was better. But I just didn't like it. Webull was just the easiest for me to navigate naturally. I don't know, there's something about the software on Webull that just made it super simple for me to navigate, and I just enjoyed it much more. So 330 to 450 roughly should trigger margins. I can throw prices on it later. Gotta go run errands. Okay. Hey man, thanks for that. That is awesome work. Have fun on the errand trip. Yeah. When the margin calls happen, we can agree to disagree, and it's okay. We'll know when the margin calls happen, and whether it's 90 to 95 or it's 330 to 450, it doesn't matter, because we both agree that all the technicals get thrown out the door at that point, and that's when it becomes a point of hold. Simply hold, and that's it. That's, you just sit there and you wait. You wait for what what you're going to consider, what I'm going to tell you, what I think is a good point, and you'll have to decide for yourself as to when you're going to get out based on the number that you want to hit. That's what you have to do. Or, everybody's number is going to be different. Everybody's going to decide to sell at different times. Some people won't be able to weather seeing a 70% drop, and that's okay. It's okay, because once the squeezes happen, the squeezes happened. It's going to change everything for every single one of us, no matter what your number is. But the longer that we can hold out for, the better it will be for all of us. Go run those errands. Don't let me keep you. life, life still moves on. We have hit up to 32.79. We drove past it once. We are in this channel of 32.79 to 32.98. We are indeed the shoulder portion that I drew out here is not accurate, so I'm going to move it just slightly over to the side. So I would expect to see, let me make sure this is correct, 11:10 to 11:44 is about 30 minutes, 9:33 to 10:08. Might make it a little bit longer. We'll just call it there. So let's expect this, if we can see this drive between 32.79 and 32.98 during this period of time, and it's going to bounce around in here, that's great. We want to see that. We want to continue to see this. I'll read that here in just a second, AP. I got to keep on these thoughts. I lose my train of thought if I don't keep talking. If we stay in this channel here till the end of this time frame, I'm not going to say that it's going to bounce out and above. It could definitely go back down. If we start to see it drop down before it gets to the end, then what we could form is that George W. I was talking about, a nice big fat George W. for the day. That would be awesome. So it does look like we got a little bit of a Margaret Thatcher happening going on here, which would be the double top. If I zoom in on it like this, you can see that Margaret Thatcher heading here. And so we might drop down below 32.79 and continue to drop back down to $32. So, what we'll be looking for then, if it does happen, is to, climb back down there, get that level of support, bounce back up, and we'll have that nice big fat George W. by maybe like 1 Eastern Standard Time. So I'm going to put a box at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Here. This is what we're looking for. We're looking to break out. If this does continue to go back down. If it doesn't, if it consolidates in here and then breaks out and above, then we're fine. So we're looking for two different boxes. We're looking for box A to happen, or we're looking for box B to happen. One of those two boxes. If we can break out through either one of these two time zones, then we should see some nice increase in price. All right, now I'll read what you said. That third chart was used just as a pattern to get a rough idea of timing breakout. Thanks for your feedback on it. We'll drop it in later. Cool, man. Can't wait to have you back. Excellent work on that, DD. I'm going to upvote that. I don't know why I didn't already. Upvoted. Upvoted and commented on. And you know what? Screw it. You know what? We're going to add an award to it too. Give me a second here. Got to award good work like this. This is good stuff. Oh, you bastard. Where do we go? Where do we go? There we go. Boom. Done. Sorry, guys. Give me just 1 second here. I just had a new subscriber, so I want to say shout out to the new subscriber. I don't know how long YouTube takes in order to say things, but Just Go Park, welcome to the channel. It's good to have you here. Let's see, how many people we got watching right now? 7 people? I'll do it. So I like to give people a tour of what's going on here. I do have access to live or text. I have access to Fintel data, and I do have the level 2 book order, which I can enlarge and sometimes do enlarge to a more, I guess, palatable point when I'm trying to talk about something. When we have like short ladder attacks, I'll describe things that have to do with the bid and asks, just so that you guys can see what's happening there. But I have access to all this information, and I wanted to share with everybody. So that's one of the reasons why I'm here. Also, just to let you know what's going on with some of the data that you see on the screen. You've got you've got the Ortex data that's on the left hand side, which doesn't look like it's changed much from earlier. I might have to refresh it. And then you also see True Demon's MOAS trigger indicators. I did an interview. If you haven't checked it out, it was a great interview with True Demon earlier. I think it was about 2 weeks ago. It might have been a little bit longer than that. check him out. He's got some amazing information that you got to see. And he's a smart dude. Anyways, his three indicators for a MOAS trigger are short exempt volume utilization and day-over-day price increase. So that's what I track it on a daily basis, so that we know if we're hitting those numbers. Now that does not mean that there aren't other indicators that could trigger that would cause a MOAS. So don't assume that just because we haven't hit these numbers that we're not going to have an increase in price or something like that. The other portion of this, the price prediction tallies, there are four admins, myself, Eric, John, and Duncan, who all take a chance every day at trying to predict within a $3 range the ending price for the day. And we make the predictions at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. So before the market opens, we make these predictions, and they show up in color-coded to our names colors. So in other words, what you're seeing on the page right now are Eric's numbers and John's numbers. I have my little notepad that I bring over, and you'll see when I do bring it over that in that notepad, our prices for the day are there, and also our tallies over time. We've been at it for, I don't know how long it's been now, a month and a half. John and I have been at this for a month and a half making predictions. Eric is about 2 weeks behind us, and Duncan maybe at the beginning of this month, half a month. So that explains why some of the numbers may be lower for others. We have missed a total of 10 times in that, completely, just airballed, missed 10 times in the amount of time that we've been doing this, and that's a lot. Eric's tying that number right now. But it is difficult to guess the price on this, and it's for fun. It is simply for fun, so that we can sit here and have bragging rights and be able to win an ice cream, or in Duncan's case, a beer. So it's just fun stuff, guys. On the bottom left-hand side, my Reddit and Twitter accounts are listed. So if you want to hit me up on Twitter or Reddit, you're more than welcome to. If you have good DD, I have ways of being able to get in touch with people that can get your stuff out there, and it's important, I think, for everybody to see everybody's DD. I want to touch on this really quickly. So we're breaking out before my box A. This is unexpected. It's a little earlier than I would have anticipated. It's not. We'll see if it holds. If it does indeed, let's say the next candlestick. If the next candlestick can break, or the next 2 or 3 candlesticks can break above this line, I'll be more confident about this being a solid direction that we're moving. So we do need to break past that. So there's one that's broke past it right there. Let's get a whole candlestick above it, and that value is $33.12. If we can get up above that, and keep above that, then I definitely believe that this could be the breakout that we're looking for in the shoulder, head, shoulder pattern that I had labeled out earlier. So we'll be watching to see that. Box B would have been a George W. Nice big fat George W for the day, in case we had broken back down and tested off of $32 and went back up again. We would have had a nice big fat George W for the day, and this would have been box B to break out of. But in this particular case, we did have the shoulder, head, shoulder formation, which is a bullish formation. And we are indeed staying above that $32.12 range. Hopefully this next candlestick will be above it, up and above, and we'll be moving in a new direction. All right, let's see what we got going on here, guys. That was really good DD. That was awesome. I like that. AP came in with some awesome DD and posted that up there. I'm gonna go ahead and depin. I'm gonna pin up his post for the day. It is great DD. I really like it. I'm gonna unpin my message for the Gongmon style, as we have moved into Reddit being able to post again. So no more Gongmon style needed. Let's get that DD up here, and let's post that for anybody who wants to see it. I would definitely buy into this theory on where we're going, and I'll tell you why. I have a little additional piece of padding to add to what he's putting in there, and that's that the fact that I noticed this morning. I'm going to draw Ortex back over here for just a second so I can show you this. On loan average age per day is the indicator we look at to dip, which shows, typically speaking, that in a 7 to 15 business day time frame, when it has dips, that there will be a massive price increase. If you notice the charting that he had, and I'll pull that back over. The charting that he did has us on 824 breaking out, which means that there's would have to be a price increase in order to get there. So 824, and when I say days, it's not. Did I say business days? I did say business days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 days would be the 24th exactly. So, and I saw the first start of a dip today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Boom. It lines up. The next date that he has on for a big, huge squeeze is 9/8. On this right here. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 days beyond that. I guess we'll see how big this dip is. Quite honestly, because I do feel like the larger the dip, the more volatile of a price swing up that there is. So we'll see. And we did start to dip. It went from 41.46 yesterday to 40.27 today. And obviously, it's had a few other dips like that in the last week or so, 2 weeks even. So we'll see if this continues down. If it does continue down, then start looking. No dates. No dates. There could be a trend forming. How's that? Okay, so the price did bounce off of that $33.24 range and is coming back down. So that's interesting. It's interesting to see that happened. I'm going to use a new indicator that I have not used before. Notice I didn't delete any of my boxes. I wasn't completely confident. We only had one candlestick that was above the line. I'm going to use a new feature, a new indicator called the Bollinger Band. I didn't write that down on my hand. Believe it or not, I was able to remember that off the top of my head. That's kind of surprising. This is something. This is a band that that was introduced to me yesterday based off of a Reddit post that I saw. And so, of course, I wanted to research it and find out what it was all about. And it happens to be right up my alley. In some of the charting stuff that I've done in the past. So I understand how this is supposed to work. It makes sense to me. The widening of the band like this means that there's going to be more volatility in the stock price. And you can see that there's definitely some volatility happening. Now, these instances where the price is jumping outside the band, to me, would be an indicator of manipulation of some type, because this is not supposed to happen. These values should be falling within inside the band. Otherwise, you have erroneous data that's occurring. So for whatever reason or another, I'm not saying positive or negative on this right here. I'm just saying that it's abnormal. Something abnormal happened right here. And so this is the correction and getting us back onto the, what was it called again? Was it standardized? Did I delete it again? I deleted it again. I'm gonna have to look it up. See, I just can't remember things, guys. It's not a moving average. It's something else. It's exponential moving average. I got that. I'm gonna have to write down on my hand. So the exponential moving average has just kind of been trending up, and we're now moving back down into that range. So, this might be a period of consolidation before it can move back up again. This is where we might want to take a look at something like RSI. We go up to a 30-minute interval and we look at it, and RSI is, oh, let me get rid of it for you. There we go. RSI is at 56.59, so it's got plenty, on a 30-minute interval, it's got plenty of room to move up. On a 5-minute interval, RSI is currently at 61.85, so there's still plenty of room to move up. I'm not sure why it's consolidating, other than the fact that with this Bollinger Band, it's showing that there was an abnormal tendency in the price and how it increased because it fell outside of the band. The band is inside the upper and inside the upper and the lower portion of the band. So it would be anything inside the gray and the yellow. So the price went up and then it trended back in, and now it's back within the band again. So it could have just been a correction, but there was definitely something that abnormal happened here, and that could be why it came back down. So maybe we'll come back up, retest that 33.24, and if the band continues to move upwards, along with the, I'm gonna have to write it down, exponential moving average, then it could continue on this path and move past this box and continue upwards. So on a 5-minute scale, and of course this shoulder, head shoulder is not going to look very, very beautiful, but on a 5-minute scale, but this would be where it stalled out and it's going into the box that I was talking about and breaking out through the box. So that's what we're looking for. This was an abnormality right here. What happened? So yeah, expect some consolidation and possibly moving into, let's see, I guess that would be another 2 minutes of consolidation before breaking through. Am I long-winded enough? Gee whiz. Casey, summarize. I feel like I don't know how to like beat, I'm like really bad about beating around the bush and not just saying directly what it is that I mean to say. That's right. Let's see here. There was something I was going to look at. Options? Well, we'll look at options. Refresh this bad boy. $18,000 options at the 33 strike price. Somebody making money. Mo money, mo money, mo money. 17,000 options. Oh, somebody losing money. 17,000 options at 32. Somebody losing money. Somebody's making money, somebody's losing money. And how many shares have we had lent so far? You guys probably can tell me faster than I can tell you just because the data is now on the page. But I have to now pull up something to see it. 1.44 million shares. That is up from 1.4. So ever so slightly more shares borrowed, and we are at a 19.28% short share interest. Not bad. Not bad at all. I'm turning up my mic just a little bit. It looks like it might have been a little too low for you guys. I don't know. Test 1 2. Doesn't look too bad. Testing 1 2. I don't know. I can't tell. If I'm too loud, I'm too loud. I'm sorry. Yell at me. Tell me. Say, hey, you suck. Fix it. Yeah, so we are moving quite nicely inside this Bollinger Band. It does look like we're going to have a spike out of it again, which is going to be, again, another abnormality, at which point you would probably end up seeing a correction. Wow, guys, I've been having so much fun that that I lost track of time. It's my lunchtime. So, and with that, I'm probably gonna step away. SKMC69, good to see you back again. I'm gonna have to step away for some lunch, guys. I gotta eat at some point here. So, give me about 40 minutes. That's gonna put us at 10:45. So let's see. We'll just call it I don't know, 11:25. Yeah. Oh, that's good. I'm glad my audio is better than usual. That's interestingly enough, my son helped me work on some things that helped to I don't know, fix a lot of stuff. So maybe he's responsible for why it sounds better. I don't know. Um, kids, high school kids, they're smart. I'm now in that old fogey age, and have to rely on younger people to help me do things that I should have been capable of doing on my own. But the technology's getting too fast for me. Apparently, I'm too old for it. I have to tell you guys. I got to tell you this funny story before I go. I didn't think I'd ever do a YouTube channel. This is not me. This is not the kind of person that I am. I'm not the kind of person that would sit here and do a YouTube channel. I just got tired of sitting here watching the stock all day long and not doing anything about uh, helping out the community. And the one thing that I wasn't getting that I couldn't find anywhere was Ortex data constantly, finding Fintel data, finding Order 2 level 2 books. And so I just started buying those things because I just couldn't find it. And I was like, what if I did a live stream and I just posted it up there for people to see? I was also doing this with another guy, one of my admins, John, and we were just cracking up throughout the day, laughing at some of the crap that we were seeing and stuff, and just cutting jokes and whatnot. And I was like, dude, we should just stream this. We should like call it two guys and two guys on ADD or something like that, and we'll just we'll stream this crap and see where it goes, and we'll just try to help the community out. We're doing it anyways. We might as well just stream it. And so he's like, yeah, let's do it. So he's actually moved on to something different since then. But so it is just me. But I'm picking up interviews as I can and trying to interview people to get them onto the channel. So I'm going to continue with that. I'm going to continue to find people who have really good DD, and I feel like one of the coolest things is finding out who you're in this with, right? We have an ape community, but do you know them? Like, how many people have you actually met out there that are fellow apes that you know? Like, no, like like their history, their story, all that kind of stuff. Maybe you do. I personally myself only was with the people who I worked with, but I didn't know. I have no. I just found out like 2 weeks ago, maybe a week ago, that my neighbor 2 doors down, both of them are apes. I have it spray painted on my truck, to AMC to the moon, and I just found out, and it's like, it's amazing finding out that there's people right here on my block, but I had no idea. I don't know them. I don't know them very well, but we need to start knowing our community and knowing that everybody who's in this with us are just like us. We're all here together. Appropriate elk, the dark pool guy from the AMC sub. I'll check it out. I can reach out to him and find out, and see if he'd be willing to talk. I'll have to, if you see my if you see my Reddit, send me a comment like a private chat comment to on who it is that you're talking about specifically, because I do like to do research on the people that I plan on interviewing. I don't want to just get into a situation where I just interview just anybody. I do have to have some kind of very valid reason for wanting to talk to them besides just getting to know them. Although that's not necessarily the case, I do want to just get to know people as well. He does a daily DD on the dark pool. Yeah, send it to me. I would love to talk to him. I love hearing about the dark pools. It's really interesting stuff, and I actually have quite a few questions. All right, guys, we're well above. I'm just gonna sit here forever if I don't get if I don't go to lunch. We're well above $33.12. We definitely broke out. I'm calling it. It was a Head and Shoulders signal. It's a shitty ass looking Head and Shoulders, but it did. It broke out where I said it would. I was calling it back here down at the head, so it is what it is. We'll just move on from here. I'm going to go ahead and delete the B box. Actually, no, I'm going to leave it for now. I'm going to leave it for now, and we'll see what happens. See if we come back down towards that. $34.10 is our next level of resistance, so that's where we're going to try to test to next. Watch the amount of shares that are available to, watch the amount of shares that are borrowed. We're at 1.44% right now. What am I saying? 1.44 million shares borrowed right now. Watch that. Watch that. Watch the current short share interest. If they both start to climb, you know that the reversal is coming. I can't plot a. Let me see if I can. I don't think that I can plot a parallel channel currently. I can't see where this one's going, so I'm just going to have to guesstimate. Okay, yeah, maybe it's more like out here. I can't really, this is just tentative because I'm going to go take a break for right now. And this has only got one touch point. It's just kind of like, I don't know how high this is going to go. It's a really crappy parallel channel, but I really think that we'll probably touch off of 3410, maybe bounce off, or maybe there's something in the middle here somewhere that I don't have a retracement on that would bounce off of, like the 3275. I'm sorry, 3375. So yeah, just watch this, and I'll be back. Let's make it 40 minutes from now. So I will be back at 11:30, and yeah, see you back in a bit, guys. Later. Alrighty, I am back. I want to refresh Ortex here. I'm a little curious. I feel like Ortex isn't updating. So let me take it away for just a second. Pull Ortex back up. And let me try something real fast here. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Ortex wasn't updating. So this is one of the problems that I've experienced over time, just having done these for a while now. You know, I've noticed that I have to kind of refresh Ortex on occasion, and you know, so to ensure proper reporting. So that's we'll see. The 1.44 million shares that were borrowed this morning is now down to 758,000. 758.2. Short share interest is at 19.16. The price did move pretty decently inside of that parallel channel. It looks like it broke out underneath it just slightly. You know, it looks to me like I have some better touch points now. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this and set up a new one. They're rough. That's good. It works. So this is an ascending parallel channel. It is a bearish indicator. We have moved through the $34.10 level of resistance. We are pushing up through. Let me put up that Bollinger indicator here. I'm just kind of curious on these swings, how many of these actually fell outside of a standard deviation from the, I'm going to forget it again, from the exponential moving average. So we had one back here, but for the most part on this first increase, it stayed within there. And look how beautifully the exponential moving average is moving. It's kind of like swaying inside of that channel. It's pretty beautiful. I love data. It's just a beautiful thing to see. So we are moving up here. The Bollinger is showing that there's more activity or volume potential for it to move out, but we do have a deviation outside of the normals right here again. But it's what do I want to call that area? The band in which it's trending in is it's staying within the band quite well. And the band is actually on the upper and the lower is on either side of that ascending parallel channel. So what we're going to see end up happening here, more than likely at some point it's going to hit a level of resistance. Now since it already broke past 3410, it's starting to retest back down over that. We might see a correction back down towards the exponential moving average. And then it may fall out. I tend to think the squeeze is going to happen somewhere between these two, and it's going to tend to fall down a little bit back again outside the channel. So it's either going to be in this area in here, or a little bit further into this area over here. I mean, it could happen sooner. So let's check some of our numbers here. Everything I check's already up on the screen. Well, not everything. Yeah, so borrow change at 758, 1916 short share interest, and I guess we just go straight to options. 35,000 options at the $34 strike price. So this number is moving up. It's no longer 33. Now you'll notice that there's still 25, almost 26,000 options still open. So that was up from at $33. It was at 18 last time I checked, and it's now up to 26,000 basically options. But that's no longer the highest amount of volume. The highest amount of volume is now moved to $34 and is at we'll just call it 35,000. On the put side, there's a crap ton of them at 32 now. There is 24.3. Yeah, they're out of the money currently. It'll be interesting to come over and check this real quick. There's currently 42,809 in the money calls. That's big. That's a good number. I like that. That's a really good number. However, if we were to hit 41, if we were to hit 41, this number will more than double. That's what I would love to see. I would hate to end between 40 and 45 today because I think we would lose a little momentum going into Monday. But I'm willing to risk it. I'm willing to risk seeing that happen in order to get these calls in the money. I think that'll cause a lot of buying pressure for Monday. All right, let's check Fidelity. Let's check their trends, buy versus sells. Wow. So AMC has slipped from 4th down to 7th in popularity and trending. And it is currently 64% buys over 36% sells. Volume is at 34 million at 11:35. I mean, we're pretty close to halfway. We've got about 10 more minutes before we're halfway through the day. And that, I mean, you could double the number if you wanted to and say that the total amount of shares is going to be 68, but that would be a high estimate. I did predict between 60 and 80 million. Obviously, the higher that we go in price, the more volume is going to start to show up. Looking at volume on the day as a whole, let me make sure I got the information out of the way here. I do. Okay. Looking at the volume as a whole for the day today, we started off at some decent volume, somewhere around 10:50 Eastern Standard Time. Volume started to drop until right about 11:33 Eastern Standard Time, in which the volume picked up, had a nice, really big pickup in volume, and then it dropped again, but then continued to rise up even higher than before. So what are we currently trading at in volume? Let's check it out. These columns of volume need to be over 250,000 to be good movement. This one right here is 210. This one's 200. This is 107, 181, 211, 296. So somewhere between these two is what we need to be seeing consistently. Just to have like a really good, kind of good pace for the day. I'm going to leave my ascending parallel channel here. I do believe that's definitely where we're headed. I'm going to leave box B, and I'll tell you why. I think that there's something important to be noted about the fact that we could have potentially been forming a George W for the day. So this would have been the first portion of the W. The second portion of the W would have been, something that would have crossed through this area. If there was going to be a draw or a retracement back to kind of put us back where we were going for the day originally, that would probably be the box that I would say that will probably kind of transcend through, transcend, is that the right word? Descend through in order to kind of put us back on the path that we were at. So what we could see, knowing that this is a bearish signal, is we could see this kind of consolidate down here somewhere, where it's at right now in price in 34.10 until it gets to a point to where it just kind of tends to break out and then drops down below through this box and puts us back on the path where we were at earlier in the day. So I'm going to keep that there for now. Excuse me. Lunch is coming back. I'm going to go ahead and keep, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of this shoulder head shoulder pattern that I had put out there earlier. That was beautiful. I love it when these patterns hold up. I wish trading. I've learned more in 6 months' time than I ever have, and I know so many people have said that about this whole experience with AMC. So I'm not the first person. I would love to try and take some of what I've learned from this whole process and transfer it over to something else, another stock in the future, or not another stock, but this stock market in the future. Not immediately following the squeeze. I am completely bearish on the market. Even now, I stand bearish on the market as a whole. So I would probably wait until I saw a bottom, and then I would probably invest in the market after that. So speaking of the market, let's see how it is doing as a whole. $2,607 advancers to 3,968 decliners. Only the NASDAQ down is just very slightly down. The Dow Jones is ever so slightly up, and the S&P 500 is ever so slightly up. I'm not even going to wait for this heat map to change. Robinhood is up almost 6% for the day. Amazon is down 0.5%. Still trying to hit back to $3,500. That was the price right before Jeff Bezos left. I still think that we're going to see that he sold shares, and that's why the price dropped. It's either him or it's Citadel that sold their long position, but we'll find out later who it was. That caused him to drop from I think it was like $3,600 down to $3,300. Cinemark is down almost a little more than 0.5%, 0.6. Doge is up 1.56. GME is up 0.27%. They had a very similar trading signal, in my opinion, to what we had this morning. Actually, theirs is crappier looking than ours was, but it's still kind of there if you see it. And we are up 3.24%. I think this is some really good growth, day over day. We had 4.82% increase yesterday. I think that's pretty healthy. If we saw another 4 point something, 4.8 or something like that, I would call it 2 days out of the 3 days needed of a 5% increase, and that would leave Monday. And that would give us a green on the day-over-day price increase for True Demons MOAS triggers. Utilization. So, I kind of want to talk to True Demon again. I want to find out. I kind of now that I'm tracking his numbers long enough, I have new questions for him. But I think one of the things that I would ask him is, knowing that utilization is a factor of the amount of shares that can be obtained to loan, would that change his view on what utilization needs to be? Because in my opinion, utilization can be anything it wants to be. As long as they can find more shares, they can drop the utilization to whatever value they want to. I mean, that's obvious based on the numbers that we just saw day over day. Right? We had they had 114 million shares available to borrow yesterday, and now they have 120 today. So that immediately reduces your utilization from whatever we reduced to, like a full percent day over day. So, and they had 6.9 million shares to borrow yesterday. They borrowed more than 6.9, and that's because they had shares that became available, and they still have 8.9 million shares still left to go to get to 120.6. So, I don't know. I feel like utilization's kind of like this number where it's like it's very easily manipulated based on how many available shares there are to loan. And so, therefore, I know I've said in the past, I feel like anything over what did I say? I think I said like anything over like 92%, I think is what I said was a good utilization. So I feel like what we've got right now is not bad. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So the only thing that we're missing is that short exempt volume. We just really need to get that short exempt volume up, and I'm not sure how that goes up exactly. So let me look at it. I'm gonna actually look up and see what causes short exempt volume. Okay, so in order to understand short exempt volume, you have to understand what a short exempt is. So let's read about that real quickly here, just so that we all are on the same page. Short exempt refers to short sale order exempted from the uptick rule regulation as governed by the SEC. Regulations show the current implementation of this regulation contains a modified version of what was known as the uptick rule. The current regulation allows for a comparatively small number of restrictions, and with those restrictions are an even smaller fraction of exceptions to that rule. These exceptions are intended to allow brokers to best serve their customers in panicked markets. Understanding short exempt. Short exempt orders are allowed to initiate short selling of securities even during times that may be otherwise restricted. These are statistically very rare, and most retail traders would not experience the effects of these restrictions or their exemptions because the modified uptick rule only kicks in under extreme circumstances, and the exemption to this rule occurs in only very rare cases within those extreme circumstances. Short selling typically refers to exchange of securities through a broker on margin. Broker-dealers loan securities to clients for the purpose of short selling. Broker-dealer short selling will have various stipulations that must be followed and can be complex for an investor. Generally, the broker-dealer will transact these securities for his client, for the client, for the purpose of short selling, which requires the transaction to include short or short exempt markings. Short exempt selling in securities is intended to help participants profit during falling markets and bring more participants into the markets at times when investors may be retreating. To discourage any amplifying effects in a panicked market, the SEC implemented a regulation show in 2005 and modified rules regarding short selling orders in 2010, as we all know, due to the 2008 debacle. So essentially, the way that we get the volume to increase is we have to be in situations where there's limited availability of liquidity. So if there's low liquidity in the market, particularly for AMC, then that's when. Okay, so that means that they're not short. So if that number is low, the volume is low, then that means that they haven't had the liquidity has been available. Okay. Yeah, I know it hit. I know it hit 100%. It's actually hit 100% several times. I'll go ahead and post it up here. Hoagie, I'm just now reading your message. Let me get rid of the data, and I will pull that back over, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So utilization has hit 100% several times. So like you said, just before it hit 100, it hit 100%. Well, it was actually not, because just before it broke, it actually was down in the 96, 97, 96 range. Just when it started to spike up, it was in the 99% range and then moved into the high 99s. Basically, the entire time, it never quite hit 100. It was at 100 before that, but not immediately before the actual spike, which started on May 24th. But it has hit 100 several times. You can see where it's peaked out at 100. Here, we got once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and then this long portion for 6 times. So it's not like it hasn't hit 100% before, but it really like short in order to understand what utilization is shares on loan divided by your utilization, and that tells you how many outstanding shares you have available. So for example, if I take the shares on loan, which is 111.67 million shares, right, and then I divide that by the utilization percentage, which is 0.9256, it tells us that there's 120.6 million shares available to loan. Now, if they suddenly say, okay, well, we found some more, we were able to get brokers to lend us or make more shares available to be lent, meaning that there's liquidity, and this is what we were just touching on. How do we decrease the amount of liquidity so that we can get that short exempt volume up? Then what this would happen is your utilization would have to drive up, and that means that your available shares to borrow doesn't change. But this number, just as of yesterday, was only 114 million. So they freed up an additional, 7 million shares? Roughly? Sorry, I can't math today. 6 million shares. So they freed up 6 million shares to be able to be lent to keep the utilization from going up, which means there's liquidity. If there's liquidity, our short exempt volume won't go up. And so we know in order to get short exempt volume to go up, we have to somehow figure out a way to get these available shares to stop being lent. Well, it looks from the chart, keeping it up at around 95 or more for an extended period of time is a good indication. Right, except for, and which is why he has 95, but I think you can actually say 92, because except for the point, I guess if you made the point that liquidity is the issue, then what we have to do is you have to go like this. You go back to on loan. This is the amount of shares on loan. You look at this over time and you say, okay, well, how many shares were on loan before we had the squeeze up into the $70 range? Well, the highest was about 153 million shares. So if we know that's how many shares, or roughly that's how many shares it takes before utilization. I'll put utilization back up there. What other number? Okay. So let's see. So we had 100% utilization when we were at 154 million shares, those 2 times. But then when our on loan went down, so did our utilization. But then utilization went back up when we were like 129, 130. So it doesn't always have to be high utilization. It doesn't always have to be in that 150 range, because we have an instance down here where there's 99% utilization with 137 shares on loan. So is that the magic number? That's what we have to start asking ourselves. Is the magic number 130? Anything higher than 130 something thousand or 130 million shares on loan? Is that where liquidity becomes really shy and it causes the short exempt volume to increase? That might be the answer. Well, we're only at 111 right now, so that means we need 20 more million shares to be lent to create a situation where liquidity is in short supply. Which, honestly, that's kind of a lot. But I don't think that it has to be there. I really don't. I really don't think that it has to be there. I do think that these numbers, the amount of shares, because, okay, here's a good example. right? We have 100% right here, but we only have 86 million shares on loan. Sorry, 82. 82 million shares on loan, but utilization of 100%. So how do you get that? How do you get the amount of shares that are available to be loaned lower? That's the trick. That is the key trick to all of this. If we can figure out how to get the amount of shares on loan or available to loan down, then we would be in a situation where we would have high utilization, low liquidity, and then your short exempt volume increases because they now have to create liquidity. So that's the trick. We just got to figure out how to do it. How do we manipulate the market? That sounds really bad. how do we ensure that utilization is maxed out at whatever on loan amount we're at currently? Is there a way to go back and look at the numbers where every time we've risen more than 7% in a day? Let me see here. Sure, let's do it. Let's figure it out. I'm trying to think how I want to go about doing it though. I bet you there's probably just a page that shows it. One second. That's not it. I'm looking for percentage. Just give me a second. What I'm looking for is I'm looking for a website that will give me day over day price increase percentage. Because the way that I track it manually won't show day over day. It'll only show the biggest periods of time that we had the biggest increases. So, and that won't help. But, and this one doesn't either. If you find something before I do, let me know. All right. Well, there's a way to do this, and I didn't want to have to do it, but I can just pull this data right here to an Excel, and then just create a formula. So it's easy enough. I've got it. Let's see if you've put. Okay. Don't worry about it because I'll get it here in just a second. I just pulled the data, and I'm pulling it up into an Excel, and I'll just create a column that that figures it out for us. Where did it go? Ah, there it is. Okay, so I'll pull that over to the main screen. So if you guys don't mind us working through this here, I'm gonna pull it over to the main screen here, and so basically it's got the. I'm just gonna add a column in here, and we're just gonna say we'll create a formula that automatically does it for us, day over day. So essentially equals. Let's see, it's going to be this. I already have the formulas on another Excel. So it's going to be this minus this, and that's got to be in, come on, parentheses. Let me just look at my other Excel because it's I've got the formula for it in it already. Yeah. And then just, I don't even have that listed there. Oh, geez. No wonder. Okay. So 49 minus 1. So it's going to be equals A2. Is that right? No, I'm sorry, not A. It's going to be F2. F2, no, F3 divided by A, or F1, F3, 2 minus 1. And then, got to put that in parentheses, and then times 100. So that's going to be, and then I just copy that straight down. Wait, that doesn't look right. Hold on a second. Oh, I was looking at 8th. This is backwards. This is 2020. I did it the wrong direction. All right, let's try this again. We'll do it here. We'll take, it's the other way around. It's going to be 254, 255. There we go. Oh, that's not right. It should be 13. It should be 253. 5, 4. Oh, it's 3. 3, and then 4. That's it. Let's make sure that's right. Now it should be a positive number. Maybe I just have it backwards. .02. Let's check that and see if that's right before I go further. Nope, that's not right. This is why I never do work in front of people. They go like, this guy's an idiot. Hold on a second here. So the correct percentage should be, it should be 3407 divided by 33.07. 0.03. Oh, it's, yeah, so 3.02, I think. All right, so 33.07 divided by, come on, 3407. Times 1, minus 1. Minus 1.02, 29%. My number's not coming out here. Hold on, let me throw this off to the side here for just a second, because I hate feeling like an idiot. I feel like I'm under pressure. I hate when people watch me do math. It makes me feel stupid. Give me just 1 second. I'm just going to take 1 second here to do the math on the side, because if I feel like people are watching me, I get nervous. All right, I'll figure this out here. I just got to make this column, this formula work out real quick, and then I'll have all the data that you need. Let's see here. .03 is correct. Oh, I didn't turn it into a percentage. I gotta format the cell. Format cell to a number, not to a number, to a percentage. And 2 decimal places is good. 3.02%. Okay. Copy that all the way up to the top. Okay, there we go. All right, I have the information you want. I'm going to add a nice little conditional formatting to this, just so you can see like a heat pattern. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. All right, so let's look at it. Day over day price changes. Oh, that can't be. That one's way wrong. What is that looking at? 95. Oh, it is a 95% increase. All right, check my math for me. I'm going to put it up on the page here for you, but check my math for me, but I think this is correct. Let me just make sure here. Yeah, that's right. Okay, I just did the math on it real quick here. So, oh my gosh, my mouse. Okay, so the math is on this. Basically, what you're going to do is to check my math here. So on the 12th, it was 3307. On the 13th, it was 3407. And so to check the math, basically what you do is you say, okay, well, what is the percentage of the day over the day? So you're actually looking at the one below it. So the price increase for this day over the previous day is 3.02%. And the way you check the math is you go back and you say 34.07, I'm sorry, 33.07 multiplied by the 0.0302 equals 0.9987 and a bunch of change, right? So then you just add that number to 33.07 and you get 34.068, which rounded is 33 or 34.07. So that is indeed the correct percentage. So those are the correct percentages of what it is that you're asking for. So day over day, price percentages over time. I have them all set up all the way to the very top here. So now I will move this to the side so I can see what kind of dumb answers or what kind of dumb things you said about me. Or not you saying dumb things, but me being dumb. And let me see what you guys said here. It did hit 100% before the run up to 70. Oh, wow, gotcha. Okay, it looks good from the chart that keeping it up around 95% extended period of time is a good indication. I'm looking, can AMC reach 10K or more? I wonder your opinion. I'm just I'll comment on this real quick here while you're looking at this information that's here. And I know you can't scroll through this yourself. You'd probably love to scroll through it, but if there's a specific day that you have that you want me to go to, just list it up here and I'll scroll to it while I'm answering the question. Can AMC reach 10K or more? Yes. Simple answer. Let's see. You're good. Could be very helpful if we can figure it out. Yeah, I got it. I got the day over day percentages increase. So as an example, on the 20th, 7/20, the day over day increase from $34.61 to 43.09 was a 24.47% increase in price. So if you're asking me, if you want to know what days we had like massive increase in prices, then that's how we would do this. You got to go through. You guys, I can't math in front of people. There's something wrong with me. I don't know what it is, but like when I sit down and I just start crunching numbers on my own, I can do it just fine. I have no problems. But when I have to math in front of somebody, like I know what it stems from. I used to be a musician, and when I went to college, I was studying classical guitar performance, and one of the worst things that you have to do is at the end of the year for when you're a classical musician is you have to perform, and I forget what the name of it is called, but you have to perform in front of basically the heads of the department, and you have to do like two memorized pieces in front of them, like completely memorized classical pieces in front of these guys, and then they get your entire grade is your whole yearly grade is based off of how well your performance is. And I found out my first year that I would never hold up in front of people. I get super nervous and shy and like I can't think, and it was terrible. It's just so terrible. Anyways, 95.22% increase on 6/2 from the previous day's value of 32.04. So that's that's one of the bigger ones, I'm pretty sure. If we went back further, day over day increases. Okay, here's a 301% increase when it went from $4.96 to 1919. Sorry, 1990. That was on 127. So that would have been the January squeeze. So it depends on what you want, Hoagie. Whatever you want for data, it's there. And just tell me what date you want to look at, and I've got it all. I'll pull it back up. But in the meantime, I will put back the screen that we all love watching. Let's see what we got here. Click that. Nope, not that. There we go. Down to 220,000 shares borrowed. I probably lost Hoagie. He's like, oh my gosh, this guy can't math. But that's the formula for it, guys. In case you want to know, and I had it correct the first time, but the data I had forgotten to change these to percentages, and so the data didn't look right to me. So that's what screwed me. But the formula for it is just simply the previous day divided by the current day divided by the previous day minus 1. And that gives you and then you change that value into a percentage, and it gives you your percentages. The utilization shares on loan and short interest on the top 10 days of movement. Okay, so I can filter. We'll just go ahead and filter the data for this column, and you wanted the top 10 days, right? So we'll just take it all out and just click the top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you said the utilization, shares on loan, and short interest on the top 10 days of movement. Okay, so a little bit different than what I just did. So what I need to do is I need to look at utilization, shares on loan, and short interest, and figure out what days those are, and then figure out what the percentage of price over each day was. All right, I got it. I'm on it. I will put this off to the side, and while I work on that real quick, give me just a second, and I'll have that information for you. I'm learning. I'm just gonna have to math on the side without you guys, because otherwise I just look like a fool. So let's see here. I'm gonna have to read what you said one more time, just because I got to make sure I get it all down here, and then I'm gonna have to write down some data, because obviously this is gonna be some searching that I'm gonna have to do here. I like my favorite pen. Okay, we went utilization, U, shares on loan, S, and short interest. Ooh. I would assume you mean short interest volume. I think the most current information that I have for that actually does give me short. I do have that information. Duncan was great enough to give me that apparently exempt link, and there is short volume on there, and you can actually filter by the highest days of short volume interest. So that's a really good one. I think that's probably where we should start, because True Demon says anything over 3 million. So I think really that's what we should be looking for, is specifically days that have short exempt volume that are above 3 million, which I'm looking at right now. And then also have let's see. Let's go for days that have high volume as well, because I can look at utilization during those times, and then shares on loan during those times. So I'm going to write those days down. All right, so first and foremost, 127 was obviously the highest short volume there ever was. So we'll just go ahead and mark that down as one of the days, 127. One of the next really big days is going to be 6/2. Obviously, those are almost no-brainers. It's the more interesting ones that are going to be the ones that lead up to those days, like 5/27, 5/28, 1/29 is another one. 6/3, 2/1, 2/25. Those all have really high short volume. I mean, it's going to make sense though, because the more short volume, those are all pretty obvious days. Let's look for something that stands out by itself. 3/19. 3/19 stands out by itself because it had 63 million in volume, but 31 million in short volume, which is nearly half. That's going to be an interesting date to look at, is 3/19. All these other dates stem right around the May into early June squeeze, and the January squeeze. Here's another date of 2/24. 2/24. I'm looking for just random dates that are just kind of that don't really have like any significant meaning. I'll tell you what. There's something really interesting. This is gonna give me a chance to talk about it. you need the lead-in days to the squeeze. I don't know that you need the lead-in days to the squeeze because, well, all right, we'll look at those. We'll look at those in just a minute. But I think the more interesting ones are going to be the ones that we had high volume, high short interest. It's not. What am I trying to say? Short. What is it? Short. Exempt volume. It's going to be the days that were in like March and we didn't have a price increase. And I'll tell you why I think those are important and why we didn't have a price increase during that time. So I'm gonna put those off to the side, and I'll just start covering the ones that were leading up to, I guess, the squeeze. So I think if I really want to quantify this down to one specific point, it'd be much easier to write down the days that had high volume, or sorry, high utilization leading up to days where it increased in price, which is going to be days like May 12th. I'm going to just write down a range. May 12th through, it dips. It dips after May 12th, or sorry, May 13th down, and then comes back up again to May 21st. So I'm going to write down a range of May 12th through May 21st. We'll look at those real quickly on there and see what the price difference was day over day, and then we'll do before January as well. So the highest utilization just prior to the squeeze in January was 95% utilization, and that was on January 20th. January 20th. So we'll look at 19th and 20th. Wait, let me see again here. Oh, there was 100% utilization, but it was like way back in December. I'm going to put down January 20th to 28th. All right, so we'll pull that up here on the Excel, and we'll look at those date ranges, and we'll figure out which ones we want to look at specifically. Let's see here. That's not the right one. Okay. So we're going to go to January 20th through 28th. Okay, so the largest days are going to be the 22nd, 25th, 26th, and of course the 27th. Interestingly enough, though, the 28th was a massive drop down, even though the 28th had some pretty decent short exempt volume, I believe. Let me go back and look at it real quick here. Yeah, 34.5 million short exempt volume, which is absolutely astronomical. And it also had 126 million shares traded that day as well. So 128 is kind of an abnormality because there was a 56% drop in price from day over day. Obviously, because the high that we hit was 19.9 the day before, and the day after. Can you guys see this? Oh, you can't. There you go. The day after, the price dropped back down to $8.63. So you can't, I don't know that you can necessarily say that because you have a price increase in day over day that it's going to give us like some kind of signal or something like that. Let me go back to what you guys are saying. I think the really good ones that are going to be to look at are going to be like 319, 224, and 315. They're just three dates that I wrote down here that are. Let's see what utilization are on those dates. So we'll come over and check Ortex. See what utilization was on those. 319 January, February, March, 319. Utilization was only at 88.37. So utilization was low, really low on 319, but we had a substantial amount of short exempt volume on that day. To be exact, it was 318. Oh, 319, sorry. 31.6 million. So there's not really a correlation to high utilization with high short exempt volume. I don't think there's any kind of correlation to be drawn. Another date's 315. On 315, utilization was 84.62. But our short exempt volume on 315, I gotta write this down first. Hold on a second. There we go. Utilization was 84.62. And how could I write down 315? Maybe I meant 316? No? Maybe I meant to write 312. No, that's only a million. Huh. Somehow I wrote down the wrong day. Short volume 3 something 3. Weird, I'm not seeing the same numbers now. Oh, I see why I'm in 2020. Oh, this is such an extensive list that I'm looking at over here. I have to scroll way down to get to the correct dates. Okay, so 315 was 19.4, 19, I'm just going to write down 19.5 short exempt volume. So like just, I mean, that's a lot. That's a really high number. 319 was 31.6. And 224, we're going back a little bit here. That day had 25.6 million short exempt, and the utilization on that day on 224 was 93.25. Okay, I can't really show you what, I mean, I could show you on the camera, but you would hate my chicken scratch. But I'll just read them off to you. We have, I mean, if you're going to try and compare utilization to short exempt volume, they don't, there's no kind of correlation whatsoever. There just isn't, none. Basically, we have, like on 224, we had a 93.25% utilization with 25.6 million short exempt volume. But then on our lowest one, which was 315, there was an 84% utilization with 19.5 short exempt. Or you could go with an 319. There was an 88% utilization with a 31.6 million short exempt volume. So there's no correlation between utilization and short exempt volume. On loan, I didn't check that. Let's check on loan and see if there's any kind of correlation there whatsoever. You know, it's gonna be really difficult to draw a conclusion from this, from the amount of shares that are on loan, simply because of the fact that like that number is just constantly increasing over time. So any date that we pick compared to a future date is more than likely going to have a larger value. So like if I go with 224, it's going to have like the least amount, more than likely. 224 on loan, we had 83 million. That was the day that we had 93% utilization, 25 million on short volume. Then on 315, we had shares on loan 78 million. Utilization at 8.46, 84.62, and 19.5. Yeah, no correlation there. The problem with on loan is that the price has just been increasing almost consistently until we had this drop off. And I can tell you exactly what this drop off is right here in March. Is it was AMC selling shares, AMC and Wanda selling shares to the market. As soon as those shares were sold to the market, they were able to cover their positions on loan. And so the on loan amount took a tank right here in the middle of March. And as an end result, somebody said that it was a data reporting issue in here, but I really think that it had to do with the shares that were thrown onto the market. I think they were they were able to cover some of their shares with those shares that hit the market and cover their positions. But almost immediately it spiked back up to the same trend that it was on before. The only time that we've had like a dip down and on loan was just before our June spike up. Which AMC happened to sell shares right around that time as well. I think it was like right in, where was that at? I don't have my box open right now. It was somewhere in there. So I don't know. I don't know what kind of correlation. Where do you want me to go from here? All right, I'll put my data back up there for you guys. Let's see where we stand. 216,000 shares on loan. That is down from 220. So we're still decreasing a little bit here. So I would expect to see a little bit of a slowdown. It does seem like they're returning shares. We don't have very many shares on loan. Short share interest is starting to kind of slow down as well. I'm kind of seeing like just a general slowdown in volume a little bit too. There's kind of like some peaks and valleys, but overall, getting rid of the data that's on the screen so you can see it. If I zoom in on this volume here, you can kind of see like these peaks and troughs, but overall it's tending to just kind of drop in volume. So that's going to definitely put us in that 60 to 80% prediction that I had for the day today. We still are traveling up this ascending parallel channel. We're it looks like we're trying to push past $34.45. Not a whole lot of volume coming in. Trying to find any kind of correlation in the lead up days to our biggest positive moves. I don't think you're going to find, I mean, I'll go back and I'll look at that page one more time and I'll sort it by date and I'll look and see, but I doubt you're going to see, wait a minute. Yeah. Something's weird. I'm looking at the information. The short exempt volume that's being reported on this website, I don't know if it's accurate. That could be a problem. I think part of the problem might be this says short volume. I don't know if there may be a difference between, yep. There's probably a difference between short exempt and short exempt volume. There's got to be. Yeah, I think I should have been looking at short exempt volume. Or short exempt. It just says short exempt. It doesn't say volume. Okay, so let me look at this a little bit differently. Days leading up to. There was. Leading up to the squeeze in January, there were 2 days where the short exempt volume was 1 million on 120, and then 2.1. It was 1.6 million, and then 2.1 million on 121. But then it drops down to the hundreds of thousands, like 488,960 to 871, and then when the 27th, the big day of the 27th, it hit 8.5 million. So there's nothing. I mean, there's 2 days where it was like 1 and 2 million. Leading up to it, but they were kind of small. And of course, it was really high after the price spiked all the way up until 211, and then it dropped back down. Now there are 3 days, February 24th, 25th, and 26th, where they were all almost over 3 million. You had 3 million on the 24th, 3.3 million on the 25th, and then 2.7 million on the 26th. Trying to look for some more days where there's just really high short exempt volume. Okay, so leading into June, the highest days would have kind of like given you an idea that, maybe something was coming, was perhaps 519 and 520. So let's look at utilization on those. Let's see, 519 and 520. Okay. 519 and 520, ironically, are the days where we had 100% utilization, and 519 is the very first day where it dropped from the second day when it dropped from basically 100% utilization. 519 was the first day when utilization dropped all the way down to 96%. So utilization went down as the short exempt volume went up. So it was like an inverse relationship. So short exempt volume went way up, utilization came way down. The next day on the 20th was 1.7 short exempt volume, which is lower than the 2.3 the previous day, and the utilization went up that day. Leading into the squeeze in June, the biggest day or the first time that we went over 3 million would have been 6.2. Yeah, I have to say, I think based on all the information I'm looking at here, based on everything that I'm seeing, I see what True Demon is getting at, but I feel like 3 million is like way too much because you're already into the squeeze by the time you're hitting into the millions. Having said that, if we pull over, I would be willing to say it'd be like lower, like a million. Like if you saw a million or 2 million hit, then you could possibly be in that zone. So having said that, let me show you this. Our short exempt volume hit 3 days in a row, 7, 19, 20, and 21, which are not yet filed on that website that I can look at. It only goes up to 7/16. So this is the most current short exempt volume, which are massive numbers in contrast to what I'm seeing on here, leading into massive days on the dark pools, which I knew when these days hit, I was like, something's happening. They have to be suppressing the price right now because You know, there's so much going into the dark pools, and so if we take that and we correlate it to what we see in day-over-day price increase on those days, which would have been the 22nd, 23rd, and 26th of July. Let's see what we get. 20, 22, 23, and 26. 22 and 23 are day-over-day decreases. So there was, you know, a big, huge decrease on the 22nd, only a marginal decrease on the 23rd, and then on the 26th we had a huge bump up of 8.9% increase. So we went from 36.9 to 40.29. So I mean, I say huge. It's not really that huge. It's $4. I feel like it's $5. Sorry, $3. It's not that big, but I do feel like, you know, it's a pretty big move. So there's that. There was another million short exempt that hit on 8/5, and 8/5 was a big day. It jumped up 12.3%. But we haven't had a big day since we haven't had a huge short exempt day since 8/5. We did break out of the ascending parallel channel. Remember I was saying earlier about how I felt like it was either going to be in this area and here, or it was going to be up in this area and here, because these levels of resistance are, you know, when you're in ascending parallel, tend to be the blockers to cause the price to fall outside of the channel. And this is why I kept that box in here. I thought it might squeeze against this one right here, kind of pop out and come down through the box. So I do think that it's going to come down here and maybe test $33, and then I'll probably have a recovery off of the $33. So I'm going to go ahead and delete the parallel channels. I'm going to get rid of this box. The 30-minute interval has an RSI of 60.4, which is a bit on the high side. Can you see this? You can't see this. Sorry. Whenever I show RSI, I have to remember to get rid of this, the data for you now. So it is a bit on the high side on a 5-minute interval. We are currently at 49.59, which is almost dead center. So it's got room to move down. Volume is low, which means, of course, that it's easier for them to short attack the price down. Yeah, volume's not as low as I thought it was. The last couple of minutes have been semi-decent, but it is still kind of low volume for the day overall, though. Inflow versus outflow order flow is 347 over 300. That's a 47-point difference. That's pretty massive. I feel like we should have had a bigger increase in price than what we've seen so far. We're only up 2.4%. And typically speaking, like we've seen days recently where we've been down 5% with a 12-point spread between, like, the outflow is 12 points higher. So for us to be up $47 million more invested into this stock, and yet only up 2.5% means to me a lot of our orders are going into the dark pools. Yes, Hoagie, you're correct. True Demon's basing his triggers off the past lead-in days to the bigger moves. However, based on the numbers that I'm looking at, right now, and I don't know how accurate these numbers are. I'm basing them off this website that Duncan kind of led me to. And I did see True Demon comment on their site and say that he wants to kind of collaborate with them. What I'm seeing here is that short exempt volume wasn't exactly three. I mean, he's saying it needs to be 3 days higher than 3 million, but the first day that happened on was 6/2, but that was actually the very first day that we had a huge price increase, if I remember correctly. 6/2 was the big day. So I mean, if you're gonna need if you wanted to predict going into a if you wanted to be able to predict like 2 to 3 days in advance of a price increase incoming, you'd want to be able to predict it before it happens, not when it happens. And he is, I guess the point, I guess what the argument could be made is that he's saying this will be the trigger for the MOAS. So 3 days of having short exempt volume of it would be an accurate statement. If you wanted to try to predict a big, huge price increase instead of a MOAS, then you would say anything over 1 million shares in short exempt would indicate to me that you're going to have a price increase, and it doesn't correlate to utilization. And what else would I say? On loan, it doesn't really correlate to on loan shares either. But just based on short exempt volume, on the 26th it was 1.1, then it went to 2.4 on 5/27, which is kind of the start where I would say the start of like the big price increases were. 5/28 was 2.4, 6/1 was 2, and then 6/2 was 3.7. And then it just gets more massive after that. It's 12.5, 5.1, 6.7, and then it starts to drop off a little bit. But yeah, I guess the argument would be he's correct. Those would be the triggers for a MOAS, not a trigger for a huge price increase. And what I'm looking for is I'm looking for things that are leading up to positive movement as we go forward, things that are going to kind of trigger us to get to that point to MOAS. So I'm going one step beyond that and saying, how can you see it coming to the point to before the trigger for the MOAS happens? And I guess what I'm seeing is that you'd probably want to see short exempt volume hitting into the millions, not 3 million, but 1 million or 2 million. 1 or 2 days of that, and you're looking really good. I send you a message on Reddit with appropriate elk and the dark pool guy's latest DD. You should have him on. All right, I'll check into that. After we get done with the show today, I'm going to look into that and see. Let's check some of our technicals. I haven't done that in a while. Let me refresh. Okay, I refreshed Ortex so that I have what is probably more accurate data if it wasn't correct before. So that is showing 2.16. That's the same. 19.07 short interest. That's the same. So everything looks good there. options. $45 million calls around the $34. 45. Did I say million? 45,000. And on the put side, a bunch more showed up, I think, for 33, but it's still hanging around 32 at 27.9. Yeah, so there's a lot of out of the money put options currently down at the $32 range. 33 actually too, because it has to be under 33. Boy, man, if we could finish today out at $35, over $35, that would be absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. I would love to see that. I mean, I know that I put my upper price prediction for the day at 35. But seeing it close at 35, 35, I know 35.01 sounds so stupid. It needs to really be higher than that. It needs to be like 35, 50 or something like that. Seeing 35.50 would be amazing. I'll reach out to appropriate elk. I'll do some investigation. Actually, I shouldn't say I'm gonna just straight up invite him on. But I will research him a little bit and figure out what he's all about, and then I have a feeling you'll probably be right that I'll probably want to talk to him. So I'll reach out. Let me just check Twitter real quick here because I haven't checked it like all day long today. It seems like. Right. Yeah, I know. That's why I just corrected myself when I said 35.01. I was like, not 35.01. We really want to see 35.50 or 36. 36 would be good too. Just because it really helps those people to or not exercise their options, but to try to sell their options so they can make that money, or exercise their options if they have the money to cover it. Otherwise, it's a loss. But the sooner we hit it, the better. Trying to sell out. If we can hit 35, 50 by 2, it'd be awesome. And welcome back, Mark. What are you guys gonna do? Oh yeah, 35 would be amazing. 35.01 for the puts would be amazing. Um, what are you guys gonna do when I've got like 70 people or something like that all on here talking all at once and I can't say hi to you guys anymore? It's gonna be a sad day for me, honestly. I'm actually really, believe it or not, I'm really happy that I have like a small community right now because I prefer talking in smaller groups and having a more personalized one-on-one conversation with people than seeing like the day when the day comes when I have my chat column blowing up, if that ever does happen, will be a sad day for me inside. Um, because I really enjoy the people interaction more than the I'm not here for the fame. I'm really not here for the fame. I don't care for that. In fact, you saw how bad Hoagie's a witness earlier to what happens to me when I'm trying to do math in front of people. It doesn't work out. You know, I did I started in my industry in 1998 and as an engineering technician. Well, I started out in manufacturing, but I moved my way into engineering. And I lived like I want to say, you know, most of my working career working on night shift, 12-hour night shifts, and it's a very secluded, lonely life. And you know, you just sit there and work and do your, you know, stare at numbers all night long, watching charts. Duncan, man, no, man, you're my OG. You can't leave me when that's happening. That's when I need your help the most. Um, but yeah, I've spent so many years crunching numbers and doing it in my own private cubicle kind of thing, and it's just like it's this is different. This is just different. You you never bug me, Duncan. Never, never, ever. Man, I really can't believe this order flow distribution point spread, and that we're only at 33.98. This is ridiculous, guys. 47 point spread, and we're up $1. It's so crazy. I call it points, but it's millions of dollars. $47 million inflow over outflow in this stock, and we're only up $1. Let's just look at something else. Let's look at GME. That's probably we probably won't want to look at a meme stock. Let's look at Amazon. Let's do some math. Let's see what the ratios are like here. 638 minus 454. They're down $184 million. All right, 184 million, and that's costing them about $15. We'll just round it off, which roughly equates to about $12 million worth of flow per dollar. Per dollar. Ours is up. A minute, is this gonna work? Oh, it did work. Nice. Let's see, $12 million. So ours is up 46 points, or $46 million, and we're only up $1. So it takes $46 million to push us up $1, where it only takes $12 million to change Amazon by $1. So almost a 4-to-1 ratio. It's crazy. I'm sorry. It's just when I see this kind of manipulation, it just kind of frustrates me. Yeah, man, Duncan, I'm with you. My numbers keep growing every day, and eventually, I have a feeling that there's going to be a day where I hit some kind of threshold. I'm at 96 subscribers right now. I have a feeling that once that number hits, oh no, sorry, I'm at 99. I'm at 99 subscribers. I have a feeling that you know, I've heard some people say things like 1,000. Once you hit 1,000 subscribers, that your numbers really take off. Um, it's I don't that I'm not that's not what I'm here for. But I'm just going to continue to do what I do, and I'll just be here. And but I really hope to. My hope is that the good community comes here. The good community comes here to find out what it is that they need. I want to be able to support people and give them the numbers that they need and the information that they need throughout the day. Let's take another one. Let's look at Cinemark for a second, because I mean I want to compare apples to apples, right? I think that's huge. We have small numbers to go by, but we can math this a little bit here and see what we come up with. They have an inflow of, we're going to have to use some decimals here, but they have an inflow of 3.92 million versus an outflow of 2.52 million. So they have 1.4 million inflow to outflow, and yet they're down right now. They're down 18 cents. I said this last week, I think it was. I think they're getting shorted right now. I really do. I was looking, where was it? Let's pull up the last hour. I think it was, when is this, 7-9? That's too far back. May have been this day right here. 7/22 possibly. I don't remember the exact day. I know I mentioned it in the show, and I said, man, we might have to save 2 different movie theaters, because just based off the numbers that I was seeing, it was looking like they were just getting the shorted to crap. And I was like, man, it had to be a day where there was like short ladder attacks that I saw going on. So it's going to be a day where you can see it, and it would probably be more like a 30-minute interval that I could probably see it on. I don't know when it was. I just remember seeing it, and I was like, we've got 2 movie chains now that are being short attacked. Maybe it was this day, 7/27. Anyways, I can't draw any numbers based off of this because they're down with a positive inflow. It shouldn't happen. How do you have more money coming into a stock and then have a decrease in price? Explain that to me. Because I don't get it. Let's see. Apparently they've got some news. The strong reviews for Free Guy and the Fortnite tie-in could provide a nice box office boost for movie theater companies like AMC and Cinemark. Okay, so they're talking about Free Guy, one of the biggest Disney movies in recent history, to not be released simultaneously on the company's Disney Plus streaming platform. The movie is expected to hit Disney Plus free for subscribers sometime in the future. That's good news for us. I guess both of us. Notice how that didn't pop as a news article for AMC, even though we're mentioned in it. Go figure. Anyways, getting back to our stock, the one that we care about. I really would hate to see Cinemark go under. That would suck too. I don't see any reason why there can't be 2 different movie chains. It's so funny now that you guys get Ortex on the main screen. It's not as easy for me to just have it pulled up in the background, and so you guys, it's almost like you guys have access to it before I do. $2.16, still the same. So I really do feel like I have to update that sometimes. I don't know. We'll see. I'll come back to it later. Let's see what's being said. Let's see if we do have any news right now about us. Okay, no news. What's Reddit saying? Actually, you know what? Okay. I was gonna say I didn't get your chat message, Hoagie, but now all of a sudden it just popped up down at the bottom, so I did get it. I see it now. Yep, I see it. I like your comment. That's cool. Oh, you awarded me. Oh, that's cool. So it looks like you may have joined when I did the it looks like the True Demon interview. That's cool. If one of y'all's Doomslayer 1990 on Reddit, uh, thanks. Um, so this redditor posted on Reddit, said it was hedge fund slayer. It said get ready for the clowns, and he just posted the it was one of the first posts I saw when I woke up this morning, and it was basically showing that there was a 7.27 million shares borrowed last night that I did not see until later because of the fact that it was in the aftermarket hours that they were borrowed. And so I wanted to post to there, and I just kind of posted some kind of cool information. I said, I'll read it to you guys. It was 124 million and spiked to 138 million at the peak of the price increase on June 2nd. That was 14 million shares loaned out over 10 days. Guys, if there's anything that's going to jack your tits, it's this information right here. From June, what was the dates that I said? From May 20th to June 2nd was 10 days. 14 million shares were loaned in 10 days. Let that sink in for a second, because yesterday they borrowed 7 million shares in one day. Let it sink in. Just let it sink. Anyways, Doomslayer 1990 came in and said, "This guy fucks." Probably the most tit-jacking post I've seen today, apart from the guy discovering Memex. But I mean, seriously, guys, uh, just before our spike up to $72, it took them 10 days to loan out 14 million shares, and we did 7 yesterday alone. And so at the very beginning of the show today, Dunk and I were going back and forth about what we thought the predictions were for the price today. And I said, I'm extremely bullish because everything I was seeing on Reddit was saying, like, here comes the blood fest. Here comes the blood fest. They're going to attack us and we're going to go down in price. And I'm sitting there going, like, I don't know. Every single time I've ever seen these on loan shares going up like this, we end up having something positive happen for the price. And it still could go down. Like, I'm sitting here saying this, and next thing we know, we're at $29 before the end of the day today. So, please don't hold me to the fire if something bad happens. But here we are. We're up 2%, and I really think this is hurting them really, really badly. What I am surprised about, though, is that we're not seeing them borrowing a whole lot of shares today. So, if they're not borrowing a whole lot of shares today, and we go into Monday, and they wait until Monday to borrow the shares, we won't know what's going to happen until then. If we had another huge day like we had yesterday on shares being lent, then I would say that we would have another huge day coming on Monday. I don't know. It's interesting. All of this stuff is interesting. Where are we going? Where are we going right now? What's happening? What is this? What are we seeing? When in doubt, zoom out. It's a nice stair-stepping action. Shoulder, head, shoulder, price increase. That's what's supposed to happen right there. Let's look out bigger. Let's see if we see something bigger. On a 30-minute interval, our RSI is at 56.83. On a 5-minute interval, it is down to 43.98. I feel like we're going to see another pitch up here. I can't really say at what price because I don't have any. Duncan, do you have any Fibonacci's that has level support between $33 and $34? Because I don't. And if I were to create one, I guess I would have to do it off of our last price increase. So let's just see what that looks like, just out of curiosity. I guess maybe we could fall down to 33.39 and then have a recovery after that. Let's go with this. And let's delete this. Let's recolor this. Lock it in place. Let's see how that works out for us. I think it might be a little off. It's close. I kind of want to move it up just a little. Something like that, maybe. It's pretty close. Let's do that. All right, so 33.44 is a level of resistance that I'm going with here. I could see us bouncing off that. I mean, there's still room for the price to drop. They could be short ladder attacking. Let's look at it real quick here. I got this nice little scene that we pull up here, and we can watch. Mainly, we're looking for single-digit numbers to show up here to show that they're trying to decrease the price gap between the bid and the ask. So we're looking for, there it is, two shares. Single digit numbers, 10 might work too. It could be a 10. One. There we go. This is a short ladder attack, so if we do have a reversal, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily done. If they can drive the price down further, they probably will. So what we'd end up seeing as a result of this is we would see the price coming down. We're going to see it step up for maybe anywhere from, I guess the last one was 2 minutes, so anywhere from like 2 to 6 minutes, and then more stepping back down, setting up a new channel for us in the opposite direction than the one we were heading in earlier. I'm excited, guys. I'm gonna have to do a little shimmy if we do get one more subscriber in here. Don't advertise. I'm just saying it because I'm happy. That's it. I'm just happy because it's just at 100 you're allowed to change your URL. If you have to make sure you do a couple things to like my little circle that shows my name. It says KC with the green box in it. Like I'll have to get rid of that. I'll have to change that. And I actually have an idea. I have an idea for this. Tell me what you guys think of this. Um, did I put it up here before? I feel like I put it up once before. Here, give me just a second. Oh, I didn't put it up here? Huh. Huh. I can't believe I didn't send it to myself. I thought for sure I'd shown you guys what it was. Maybe I didn't. Give me 1 second and I'll forward it to myself. Show you guys. All right. So this is kind of like what I want to do. This is just like a complete. This is just completely like a sketch. Like this is something I did on my phone real fast. I was talking to Eric and I was like, eventually I'm gonna have to change the circle and it's gonna have to be something that's, more than just the standard green circle with white letters. And this is the idea that I came up with, but I haven't modified it yet to sort of meet the um, let's see. This is just rough, right? Totally rough. But I thought about doing like an AMKC, and I would like scoot the AM to the left and the C to the right, and then put I wanted to do like some kind of like really obvious. And then my wife had the suggestion. She's like, make it with crowns, the K and the C, the K part with the crowns. Put in, and my favorite color is cobalt blue. So I thought, oh man, I'll find some cobalt blue crowns, and we'll make the K with crowns, like just sitting there, like a crown, like three crowns basically, instead of having like a sketched in hard in K or something like that. And I thought that was an amazing idea. I was like, that'd be awesome, AMKC. And I was like, and then I was like, oh, and then underneath AM I need to put PM because I'm on all day long, AM, PM, KC. But anyways, there's just like some fun ideas that we were just kind of shooting around with. I don't know. Tell me what you think. I thought that would be kind of cool. Of course, I don't. Hopefully, there's no like. I know it's a trademarked sign. I hopefully Aaron can forgive me for using it. We are past 3380 level of resistance. Oh no, we're not. We're trying to fight past it. I'll tell you what, guys, it's murder when I ask you all for advice or what you think, your input on something, and because of the delay, it takes forever for it to come back to me and see it on the message board. And so it's like I'm all like, "Hey guys, what do you think of this?" And then it's like nothing, dead silence, and I'm like, "Oh, they don't like the idea." But I have to say, like, if there's one thing I could change about all this is that I would get better internet somehow and make this all a much quicker live stream and not have a delay. I need to get a networking person in here or somebody who's familiar with streaming and uh, technical side of it and have them fix it all up so that it streams well. Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm not making any money off this, so, like that would be the thing, right? If I was making money, it would be an issue. But if I'm not making any money, then no big deal, right? So just, make it whatever I want and then, not worry about it because I'm not, whatever. That will come with a new mansion after MOAS. But I really liked my wife idea with the cobalt blue crayons making up the K. I was like, yeah, that'd be awesome. That's why I have my, I guess I could call them credentials or the Twitter and the Reddit name. That's why I have them in that like cobalt blue color and the black, which unfortunately is like probably the worst two colors you could put together. Um, that'll end up changing too as well, I'm sure. I'll tell you what, when you guys come back on Monday, it's gonna look different, I think. I'm gonna have a whole new setup, and hopefully it's really cool. Now that I'm starting to learn OBS a little bit better with my son who is teaching me, I think I should be able to kind of fix things up a little bit so it's not so janky, I guess. I don't know what the word is to use. But the big change I think for me is going to be having that screen two, or on OBS it's called a scene, and basically I'll have a scene where I switch it over, and instead of just like right now it's just this order flow right here. Instead of just an order flow, it's actually going to have like order flow, in the top left or something. I can put all the stuff that we look at all on one page, and then we can just look at everything all at once. And so I can just switch back and forth between the scenes, and we don't have to worry about trying to pull up each individual page and look at it, which should be a lot easier to do. I think it'll look pretty smooth. Yeah, probably. All right, I'm clicking on the permission to use logo, everything you need to know. Oh man, I'm reading it. Ah man, I mean, so maybe I just write a letter to AMC and ask them if I can use their trademark. Nah, I'm not gonna do it. I don't know. Huh. It does say here another gray area in trademark law is known as the trademark parodies. Generally speaking, you don't need to request permission to imitate a trademark if you're poking fun at it. Of course, I'm not really poking fun at AMC if I'm modifying the logo. But it says one example is the parody newspaper, the San Francisco Comical, which parodies the San Francisco Chronicle. Offensive parodies can trigger lawsuits from the trademark or logo owner, so it's important to weigh the consequences before going ahead. There are also circumstances where you can use media logos on your website without violating trademark rights and opening yourself up to infringement claims. Cannot confuse customers into thinking you own the logo, so it's best to display such trademarks with "as seen in" phrases. In general, you won't run into trademark parody problems if the parody doesn't confuse consumers. They get the joke and know that it doesn't come from the original trademark owner, doesn't compete directly with the trademark product, which I don't, and does parody the trademark or logo, which means it pokes fun specifically at. Okay, I don't poke fun at the trademark. It's pretty serious business, but I don't make any money on this whatsoever, guys. Just so you know, I'm completely non-monetary. So I have no monetization whatsoever. So there shouldn't be any issues if I'm not making any money, I would think. Can I use company logos on my blog? It says yes, you can use logos on your blog, but keep in mind that photos and images online are subject to stricter copyright laws. Hmm. It's questionable. Maybe I'll send a letter to AMC. I'm not monetized at this point, so there's no real reason that it should even matter. What I'll do is I'll probably send a letter to AMC and be like, hey, I want to use your logo, a portion of your logo to advertise my covering of the stock for the company. And so, hey, can I use it? So see what happens. See if they allow that. I don't know. We'll see. Nobody wants to hear about that. It's 1:30 anyways. It's time for me to take a break. So I will come back for the closing 50 minutes of the day. I'm hoping that's why everybody left. We did bounce off of $33.44, and we are heading back up. 34.37. I don't really see anything I can draw right now on here. No trends. I don't know. We're gonna have a good last 50 minutes though, because I think we're gonna do well today. I think we'll finish out strong. So I will take off now and see you guys back here at 2:10. Later. Alrighty, I am back. Let's see where we are at. What are we heading into here? $33.70-ish. Looks like we're kind of bouncing around in between 33.44 and 34.37. And we have been ever since we broke out of that ascending parallel channel. We just kind of doing a little bit of upsies downsies here. I'm going to look at a 5-minute interval, because if we do, what we might see here is a little bit of a pennant maybe. Let's see, 1040 to 1330, 2 hours. Honestly, I see what appears to be what may look like a little bit of a bearish triangle. Let me draw it out. So I don't even think I need to draw the bottom line. It's already at 33.44. So we got 2 touch points, and I'll clean this up a little bit here on a 1-minute chart. So basically what's happening is it looks like we're consolidating down into this channel here between 33.80 and 33.44. So we might see a change in price in the after hours. I mean, it could break out between now. I mean, it could break out a little bit below 33.44 going into close. I mean, they definitely love to attack this between now and for the next basically 30 minutes. So let's try to avoid that box. So we're gonna make that box the box we want to avoid. This is what we don't want to see. So anytime between now and the last 15 minutes, we don't want to see a breakout. This is going to be a crucial period of time right here. If we can make it past this and into the last 15 minutes before breaking out below 33.44, that's going to be good, because usually the last 15 minutes is strong, especially leading into the weekend. That's what I would like to see. Let's just try to stay above 33.44 inside this box zone here. Let me refresh Ortex just to make sure that that's actually our real data. So 240,000 shares. So that is up from 216 borrowed. As you can see on the Ortex there, 19.08% short share interest. Those are good numbers. I like seeing the fact that it's going up. We are at 52 million shares traded so far. I would say that there's a very strong chance that we'll hit 60. My prediction was between 60 and 80 million for the day today. I think we'll hit it. Let's go ahead and look at options. I mean, it's getting pretty close to the end of the day. It's really not going to help anybody below $30 or $33 options right now. But you know, we'll see where we're at here. $55.4 thousand at a $34 strike price, and 33.2 at 33. So 32 is no longer the winner. It's 33. So they really want to try and there's a it's a $1 spread between 34 and 33 on calls and puts, but there's definitely almost it's not quite double the amount of calls, but it's getting up there. There's definitely more calls in the money right now. So if we pull that up, we can look at it real quick and see on Stocko Tracker. We currently have 30,080 in the money and 25,055 out of the money. Sorry, puts. In the money puts. So it's off by about 5,000. It would have been really good to see 41 today. I think 41 would have been a great price. Unfortunately, not. Did not happen. I would expect to see the dark pool percentage be maybe as high as it was today, if not higher. It does seem to me like liquidity might be becoming more of an issue, but I doubt that it's going to be jumping up into the million range. Everybody's saying on Reddit it's the battle of 34. I do believe that I posted par cares 1501's data. Where did he post this to? Did he not post to Reddit? AMC stock? Huh. Okay, I don't see his post. Darn, I thought when I was giving him an award, I thought I was giving it to him on his. It looks like it's just. I'm not sure where that is that he posted that to. It's just posted to himself, it looks like. That's too bad. Would have been nice to have seen that posted up on someplace like AMC stock or something like that. I don't know if maybe he was trying to get me to post it. But yeah, I think this is good information. I do think 824, if you were to connect it to this line, the past history could tend to repeat itself. And if that were the case, we're going to have a nice period of upswings. It does look like, I mean, if you took the exact copy of what happened before and posted down below, there's going to be, it looks like at least 1 or 2 up days here coming up. So basically, like today and yesterday were the up days, and we might have a flat day next week, and there's some up days, and then maybe a couple down days, and then the week after just massively take off. Yep, it looks good. I wish he had posted that to like AMC Stonk. I think he would have. I think that would have gone over well. Oh, I'm a little tired today, guys. It's the last day of trading. Stretch and grow. It's beer 30. Story time. Somebody needs to tell a story. We need stories. There it is. It's breaking out down below. So it did indeed break out. This one time at band camp. What's our order flow rate right now? Let's see. 422 to 372. Wow. Guys, like the dark pool. Okay, we're going to be in the 70s. There's no way. That's ridiculous. 422 to 372. That's just so crazy. I just don't understand. I mean, 50 million spread, and all we get's 30 cents up on the day. Come on, guys. Come on. Come on. Seriously, what is the deal with that? That's ridiculous. Yeah. Watch for the after hours today. Some of the buying pressure is going to come in there. So we did break out of this bearish triangle right about the time that I kind of expected we needed to stay in it, and so yeah. Although it's trading back up into the box here, I don't know. Maybe we'll stick around right on the bottom here. I'm gonna check my Twitter. Oh no. Shout out to Jasper of Puppets. He may have been my 100th subscriber. Jasper of Puppets. I have to check this person out. looks like a legit person. And wow, cool. I now have 101 subscribers, guys. I go into work this weekend, and full production on complete revamp of yeah, stalking my stalkers. Yeah, yeah, this is it, guys. We broke 100. We have 101 subscribers on this channel. I will be revamping a bunch of different things over the weekend. I'm probably gonna go and use the trademarked AMKC and worry about it more towards when I start to monetize and try and get permission. I guess what I've always heard before is uh, it's better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission. so so I'm gonna go ahead and probably modify that as well. So we'll see changes come Monday. Hopefully you guys like some of the changes and how it looks come Monday. It should look a little cleaner. And I'm gonna have my son try and work on doing some sound stuff for me as well. So it should look a lot better. And we'll just keep trudging forward day by day, talking about this stuff and where we're going, and just being a community. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, guys. I'm honestly shocked. I really didn't think I'd ever even come close to this. I just thought it was going to be a small community, and 100's already way more than I would have expected. So thank you for watching, everybody that is here. I do appreciate it. You guys are amazing supporters, and I think it's not really that you're supporting. It's that we're all here together supporting. We're all here in this together. We're going through this together. We're documenting this. We're learning. And Johnny, how's it going, man? Good to have you here. I'm just talking about how I just hit 101 subscribers. Come Monday morning, there's going to be some changes to the stream. Sadly, the only thing that I really want to change the most, it won't be changed, which is my poor internet connection. There's I don't think there's anything that can be done to try and fix that. Did we learn anything today? I think so. I think that what we kind of at least I learned something. So when I was looking at trying to understand utilization in regards to shares on loan and short exempt volume, there didn't seem to be 100% correlation. Now, what I want to say though is that as shares on loan increases, depending upon how many available shares there are, that obviously affects the utilization. Short exempt volume seems to go up the most when you have the least amount of liquidity. And the reason that it goes up is because that's when they create more liquidity by shorting. So the question is can you kind of predict what the price of the stock's going to be in the future by looking at short exempt? And that is on the page here under True Demons MOAS trigger indicators. However, his is for a MOAS trigger. I want to talk about, I think that there's definitely a way where you can say, if we have 1,000,000 shares instead of, because his target is 3 million, if you have 1,000,000 shares that are showing up, I think that's a good indicator that we're going to have a price increase soon. Now, that didn't necessarily happen recently, but what we did see happen is we had 7.27 shares borrowed yesterday. And as a result, we saw an increase in price. Now, as of right now, it's not a very high increase, but if you look at our order flow distribution, it's 422 to 372, which is roughly a 50-point spread. So so you got to ask yourself, is it being hidden? Is a lot of our price increase that we could have had today being hidden in the dark pools? Well, we'll find out. We'll find out come Monday morning. And if that's the case, I would expect liquidity to be not necessarily going up too much because we just watched them increase the amount of shares that are available overnight. So if liquidity isn't if it's not difficult for them to be able to borrow shares or have shares continuously being created to be borrowed, then there's not going to be a huge price jump. The exempt percentage versus the volume. I believe that was the top number on that website. No, it's not. It's not the short exempt volume percentage. Would that be okay? So if you're looking at the same thing I'm looking at, which is that apparently exempt page, and I'll go ahead and link it real quick since we're talking about it. Might as well just link it so everybody can see it. And I'll actually, I'll just put it up on the page too. Let's see here. So if we're looking at short exempt screen together, I believe this is, oops, I accidentally hit it. Table definitions, short exempt volume. It's the percentage of the short volume that was marked as short sale exempt for the given date. Is that the number that you're talking about? The SEV as of SV? Is that the percentage you're talking about, Duncan? Because if so, SEV of SV, we could do a pull on that. We can tabulate SEV of TV. Okay, SEV of TV. So we can sort by that and see what kind of dates we have. So some of the highest dates was like 417. So if we use 417 as an example, what we can do is we can pull up Ortex and see if we saw anything on 417 at all in regards to indicators on 417. And we'll just look at utilization during that time. So 417 would have been, wait, oh, that was the wrong, yep, that was 2020. I got to look at 2021 when I'm looking through this. All right, so let's scroll down to okay, so here's the first date on 1/21/21. Okay, so that's 6 days before the squeeze in January. So maybe that's a good indicator. 5/6, we know 5/6 is almost a month before we had the huge increase in price. Okay, so let's look at, no, that's 2020 again. Dang it. I gotta find a 2021. Okay, here's another date, 1/29. That's after the squeeze. Two five. I'm looking at 2.5. I don't really see anything there. Yep, nothing really there. Although I can say that on 2.5, no, I can't say that at all. Utilization was low on 2.5. It was like 86%. Nothing on 2.3. 2.8, no. Nope, I would say no. There's no correlation to this percentage and any kind of events that occurred, except for the one that it does have way up here, which was 120, which was a week before. What was the first 21 date here? 1/21. That was roughly a week before the squeeze happened in January. But you would think that you would have seen like one of the highest numbers on here should have been I would assume something before June 2nd. And I don't see anything. Looking down through the list, nothing's popping out at me for June. Nope. Yeah, I don't see any correlation there. The other thing that we did learn today, Johnny, is that this was posted by somebody in our group. I thought this was pretty cool information, so I'll just put it up on the screen one more time. I had it up there maybe just before you showed up. This is by Park Care 1501. But basically, so what we're looking at here on this page, essentially, is that this is January right here, right? And so this is January's price movement, and then this is the launch up to June, and then our parabolic portion that we have that everybody keeps talking about. This up above this is again January and June, but it's saying like this same type of time distribution, marking out the time is the same time distribution here. And so they basically took this same image. Looks like they did like an average standard distribution of price, and then kind of copied it, blew it up, and put it up on top to kind of follow the same trend as what we did from before. And if we were to follow that same trend, then we would break out of this ascending parallel along with this. This is what you would call a bullish triangle right here, and we would break out of this bullish triangle on 8/24, which just so happens to be the date that NSCC 2021-010 is supposed to be in effect. And then it also shows that we would have, some period of time where, the price might kind of level out a little bit around the top of this line here, which is at about just under $65, so it's probably just under $60, and then break out massively on by 9/8 would be the date that he's got listed here in September. So these are this is encouraging to see. We don't really want to set specific dates because we know that this is not necessarily a true setup, but it could do very well. We are patterning similarly to like we have in the past. I like this. I think this is pretty good breakout. The one thing I didn't like about it, though, I think I had mentioned early in the morning too, was that it's difficult to see. If I feel like this is compressed, the value, the $70 value, because like if you actually come over and look at that, say for example in Webull, we pull out to like a day, that $72 one looks like a little bit taller to me. I don't know. I guess maybe it's just in my head or something. I don't know. I guess the closer I zoom in on it, the more I see that it's really not that big of a peak, but I guess it just kind of seemed like it when I've seen it in the past. But yeah, I was extremely bullish on today's price after seeing how many shares that 7.27 million shares that were loaned yesterday. It's extremely bullish on our price going forward. That's a lot of shares. And based off of the post that I had posted earlier today, let me read that for you. Where is it? Here it is. So I posted earlier this morning, before we had our data come in from Ortex. I had posted. Sorry, one second. There we go. in contrast, uh, our on loan amount on May 20th was 124 million. And May 20th, if you remember correctly, that was about a week or so, 10 days before we started really bumping up in price to the $72 price range. So May 20th was so that's how many shares were on loan was 124, and then we spiked to 138 at the peak of the price increase on June 2nd. So that was a 14 million share loaned out over 10 days. And then yesterday alone, we had 7.27 million shares loaned out in one day. And so I was like, if that doesn't have you extremely bullish for what's happening with the price or what should be happening with the price, then I don't know what would. Because the fact that normally they don't borrow that many shares in one day, ever. Like usually it's like 4 million is a high, 5 million is a high, 3 million is exceptional. But it's typically way underneath that. So if you look at today's, what are we at right now? We're at 372,000 shares loaned out today. Nowhere near as high. Although that is up from what it was earlier. It was at 240 earlier, and we are now at 372.6. So, I'm extremely bullish about the price. I drew this box. Right now we were in a triangle pattern. This is a bearish triangle pattern. We're using the 3344 as a level of resistance. And I said we needed to keep from breaking out below this 3344 if possible. But it didn't end up breaking out underneath it. But the last 15 minutes we always know are very bullish minutes of the day, and price is pushing back up. Of course, the $34 guys want to see it hit above 34 bucks as much as possible for the end of the day trading day today. So I'm glad to see that there's a reversal going on here. If we pull up the Bollinger, you can see there was definitely some manipulation going on right here to try and drive the price down, but it didn't stick forever. And now we're trading up high again here, so there's definitely pressure, but it's still within the Bollinger limits. So not outlier data quite yet, although it could get there, which means that, I would expect to see a reversal at some point if that happened. Kind of like right now, as it starts to come back down. But yeah, I think today was a great day on the price. It's not much further than what I would have expected. However, this is what's got me really jacked. We have $436 million incoming on share buys, but only 386 outgoing. That's a 50 million spread. $50 million spread, and we only went up 50 cents on the day. That's pretty crazy. That means they've got to be hiding away a lot of buy orders into the dark pools. So yeah, that is what it is. You're working on an interactive share that you can access on TradingView. Those dates, of course, are rough times and need to help you see speculative timing of it. Coincidence that they fall really close to the SEC rule changes. Yeah, I just mentioned that just a little bit ago. It is very odd that NSCC 2021-010 goes into effect on the 24th. Strange. Very, very, very strange. And those numbers do happen to go straight through there. I was just sharing that. I don't know if you missed out on that. I realized after the fact earlier that I awarded you, and that post that you put up was not like a general public post. I think it might have just been between just you and me, which I felt really, really bad about. I was like, man, I wish I had awarded you. I thought you had posted that on I guess I just didn't see that it wasn't posted on AMC stock, but I realized it just a little bit ago. I really think you should post that on AMC stock. If you don't have enough karma, I can do it for you, but I will only do so only if you ask me to, because I don't want to take credit for something that you've done. That needs to be your work, and I like to make sure that people get credit for their work. My dog is over here now. He wants to visit. Hey, buddy. Yeah, man. Post that stuff on AMC AMC stock, not stocks with an S, but just stock, AMC stock. I think that one's a better one. I'm actually not sure which one has a larger volume of people, but I am a little bit aware of the history between the two. I'm pretty certain that AMC stock was there first, and then AMC stocks was later, and then there's a lot of talk about how it was owned or it was managed by shills. Um, so I avoid AMC stocks and I just do AMC stock. I don't know if there's truth to that, but when I saw a lot of people saying, I know that I went over there and I saw some of the stuff that I saw I didn't agree with, and I was like, eh, and so I just stayed away from it. All right, I'm gonna delete the box. Last 15 minutes. Hopefully we can get out of this bear triangle. Sorry. Dude, totally go post that stuff up though, man. You need to get some karma for that. Not that we need it or anything, but you know, I kind of laugh at karma now. When I first got into Reddit, I was like, karma, cool, and then the awards came out and everything. I was like, awards, cool, and then now I'm just kind of like, it's all good, whatever. The only reason I even like karma is the fact that it keeps these people from posting that shouldn't be posting if they don't have enough. It also keeps people who should be posting from posting as well. Yeah, definitely go post that up, man. I think that's some good work. No, Duncan, not like you. Although, like, I imagine, I shouldn't say I know, but I imagine that you're the kind of person that could give a rat's ass about karma. And that's probably likely the reason why you may never have your account up to the point to where you can post information on there. But damn, we're missing out when we don't get good information from people who do a lot of research, and it kind of sucks. So damn it, go find something interesting to post about. Post it on some stupid thing like "are funny." And get yourself some karma. I definitely, having grown up in a military family and having been around a lot of people who've been in the service, it's bullshit like karma like that doesn't mean two shits. That people they care more about real things in life and not stupid internet pieces of karma that mean absolutely nothing to to some people who are kind of nerdy like me. Uh, it doesn't mean anything to me anymore, but there was a period of time where I was like, oh man, awards. I'm getting awards for what I'm saying. I'm special. Have I heard the Candlestick song? No. Who by who? Who's the Candlestick by song by? Because I will look it up and I will play it. Let me see. I'm gonna look it up right now. I would assume it's on YouTube. Oh, is that the? I don't think this is what I meant it be to be. You can't be talking. No, that can't be it. I don't know, man. Enlighten me what the Candlestick song is, or who it's by, because I can't seem to find it. Uh, Martian XTG. All right, let me check that out. Give me a second here. Is it something that you think I should play today? Oh, the Moon Gang song. Yeah, dude, I've heard that song. I definitely have heard that. Yeah, I've heard that one. That's some dope shit. I love that. That was pretty cool. Being a musician, I am so happy. I'm so happy when and wait, you're not the guy that did that, are you? But I'm so happy as a musician to see that there's people who there's avenues with the technology that we have now to for people who may have not had the ability to be musical to be musical. Um, there's like it's so easy now these days to be able to come up with some really good music, and I mean there's I'm not trying to take it away from people who um, you have to have a special talent to be able to make music, but the avenues at which how much easier it is just for the general person to make music now and be able to record stuff is just so amazingly easier than it was when back in my day when you'd set up like a record, you'd set up a tape deck in front of you and you'd hit record and then you'd have to try and play a song all the way through, and I mean it's so much easier now. So I have the second from the top plan on TradingView that I use for trading, and I'm hesitant to get Ortex. I'm familiar with it to a degree. Any way you care to elaborate on it, I'm looking into it. In other words, how beneficial has it been to me? Hmm. It's. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna sit here and tell you. I'll pull this up. I've pulled this up a million times. People get sick of seeing this. If it hadn't been for Ortex, I wouldn't have come up with this. Come on, open up. So this is on loan average age per day. And you have to remember, the one thing you have to remember about Ortex is that the data is not always precise. They're only reporting what it is that they can put out. But when I came up with this, when I saw these trends of there being these downswings on loan average age per day, and then shortly thereafter, somewhere between 7 and 15 business days, that the price would spike, and I saw that it happened at least 4 times in the history, except for once that it didn't, and that this one time I identified it as the reason possibly being was because um, this particular circle right here is this spot right here, and it happened to be right after AMC sold 72.3 million shares, and as well as Wanda selling 13.59 million shares. And I felt like the only reason we didn't see a price increase during that time when it dropped was because the drop was due to the fact that they were able to cover some of their loans with those new shares that hit the market, and so that's why we didn't see a price increase here. So, anyways, but I would have never seen this pattern. And then somebody said like, well, does it hold true on other stocks? So we went and looked and we started pulling up a whole bunch of meme stocks, and sure enough, the pattern existed everywhere. It wasn't always quite the same. Sometimes the dip happened after the price increase instead of before the price increase, and I have a theory for that, and I think it has to do with the way that these are set up in ETFs. A lot of these stocks, meme stocks, are tied together through ETFs, and so therefore, I think that there's a delay. So when the on loan average goes down on those days, it's like an after effect of something else happening. Like maybe AMC goes up, and so it causes them after the fact to go up, and so that's when you see the effects of it afterwards. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. So I would have never seen these kind of trends had it not been for me having Ortex. Uh, would I buy or use Ortex after I'm done with this? I think so. If I were to continue to trade, I would definitely use it because there's so much information there that you can get and you can pull from. And if you really want to know about a company, there's information that you can find on Ortex that you can't get anywhere else. So I would say if you're going to continue to trade on the market, yes. Yeah, I posted them up on Reddit a while back, and you know it didn't get really a whole lot of traction. And then when I saw True Demons information, his stuff was 100% on. It matched up with what I was talking, what I was posting, but his was so like his detail was so much better than mine, and he went like above and beyond by talking about cycles and how the cycles were incorporated um, with those dips in the onshore average per day loans. And I was just like I was blown out of the water, and that's why I had to have him on the show to talk about it. I was like, dude, you got to come on here and talk because I know you're right. I know you're onto something, and so that's why I'm tracking his to this day. I'm tracking his information. Yeah, man, check out my stuff. I'm not hiding who I am. You might find some things some opinions of mine that you may not like. Um, it's okay to have differing opinions. That's cool, man. I'm all right with it. Go through and see who I am. That's who I am. There's nothing. I have deleted one post on there, but it's just it was an extremely unpopular opinion, and I walked away from it. So. But anyways, we are getting really close to the end of the day today. I'm going to have to sign off for the day. You guys have a great weekend. Eat, drink, be merry with your family, your friends, and have an amazing weekend. And just be pumped for Monday because I'm really excited about it. I think we have exciting stuff coming. And with that, I will see you guys later. Take care. Have a good weekend.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.